Okay.
And it still says the main one is muted.
Yeah, here, let me, well, it's on Stevenson. I gotta go tell.
Yeah, that'd be great. I would like to make sure this is working.
Okay, let me go tell Steven real quick.
Thank you.
He's gotta unmute that.
Sorry, but thank you.
No, you're you and
Okay. All right.
did you try a meeting?
Mine is I'm here. I'm here and I did unmute, but you have not.
Okay. Hold on 1 second.
I can see it, but I'm still not unmuted.
Okay, hold on. Okay, give it a try now.
Okay, I see everybody. I'm still not unmuted.
Okay, let's see here.
You want me to go out and come back in? This is why I wanted to do this before the board meeting, so.
Yeah, no, it shows you're unmuted. Let me just check to see if it's on Steven's end.
Can you hear me?
No.
Yeah.
Do you have it unmuted on here? You can hear it in here, but we can't hear it out there in the room. Okay. Yeah, they said they can hear you in the production room.
Okay.
Yep.
So, okay. I assume I can hear them. All right. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right. Doesn't show that I'm unmuted, just so you know. So, but whatever.
It shows you unmuted on our end. Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Bye.
Can't hear them either. Call Lindsay Daily Mobile.
Your call has been forwarded to voice.
God damn it. This is why I wanted to.
Will the county manager please take your seat? Good morning. The meeting is now called to order. It's exactly 10 o'clock. Good morning, everyone. Just want to say thank you for being here with us today, to help us along with our agenda here. So I would like at this time to have each of the supervisors introduce themselves. District 1.
Yes, good morning, virtually, and it's great to see everybody. This is Patrice Horseman, supervisor, and Vice Chair, District 1. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Jeronimo Vasquez, Supervisor, District 2. Thank you for being here.
District 3.
Good morning. My name is Adam Hess. I'm the District 3 Supervisor.
This is District 4, Judy Begay, Supervisor. District 5. Thank you. At this time, we will go ahead and do the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. We will go ahead and do a call to the public. We will now have a call to the public to allow for any comments from the public. Please note that issues presented during the call to the public that are not on the agenda cannot be acted on by the Board of Supervisors. For items not on the agenda, individual and supervisors may ask questions of the public, but are prohibited by open meeting law from discussing or considering the item. Only the speaker who has been called upon is authorized to speak. To encourage and respect expressions of all views, we ask that there are no disruptions. Individuals are limited to 3 minutes for their comments. Clerk Daly will explain how the public can provide comment.
Thank you, Chair Begay. At this time, if there's anyone that would like to make a comment during this public comment portion of the meeting, we have comment cards up at the table. There's not a whole lot of people in the room, so you can also make your way up to the podium. We'll allow 3 minutes for a comment. If you've joined the meeting virtually on Zoom, you can hit the raise hand icon that looks like a hand if you hover towards the bottom of your screen. If you click on that hand, that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. If you've joined by telephone, you can hit *9 and that will raise your hand and notify us that you would like to speak. And Vice Chair Horseman does have her hand up if you want to go ahead and speak.
Supervisor Horseman.
Yes, thank you so much. And thank you, members of the board. Just wanted to have a shout out to the Havasupai tribe for their valiant efforts and their wonderful job in keeping our hikers and campers safe during the tragic flood that occurred through the village of Supai and helped and assisted in the evacuation of over 100, closer to 200 campers and hikers from the village of Supai. And just want to thank them for doing that. And the other is I also want to call in to everybody's attention that they have put out a request for some assistance. They cannot take monetary donations at this time, but they have, and you can check most social media sites, have delivered a list of things that they need to help with their rebuilding and their cleanup given that flood. And you know, they were helpful for the our hikers and our campers, and it's time for us to reach out to our neighbors there in the village of Supai to help out where we can. So please take a look at the list, and if you can, would appreciate donation drop-offs at either Grand Canyon Caverns or more closely here at the Grand Canyon Trust on 2601 North Flirt Valley Road. And by the way, they do have a list of things on Amazon. Some of those can in fact be delivered to the Grand Canyon Caverns where they can be picked up by tribal members. So thank you, and thank you, Chair, for an opportunity to express my gratitude and also to ask for assistance. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. Do we have any call to the public, Lindsay?
There are no other hands raised in the virtual format. Again, if there's anyone here in the room that wants to provide a comment, you can make your way up to the podium and we'll allow 3 minutes for a comment. And we have no hands raised or comments, Chair Begay.
Thank you, Lindsay. We do have a proclamation that's on schedule now, and I'd like to turn this over to County Manager Bertelson.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board, and I believe the Coconino Center for the Arts is here and ready to read the proclamation. So thank you so much for recognizing this this morning. And go ahead, Kim.
Thank you. I believe that our
Tom
facilities, Tom and Tara are going to read the proclamation, but I know that there are Center for the Arts individuals here that would like to make some
Thank
comments.
you, Kim. I just see a lot of familiar faces in the audience, and so we'll start off with Tom Hanachek and Tara to read the proclamation, Tara Clifton, and then we have recognition and hopefully some photo opportunities with our folks from the Center for the Arts after. So thank you.
Thank you. It's good to be here and be able to speak on behalf of the county to announce this proclamation today. We have the pleasure of working with the Center for the Arts folks, Creative Flagstaff, sorry, we call it Center for the Arts is the building, on a regular basis, the Julie, Jay, the 3 J's as we call you guys. And we're excited that you guys are celebrating the 40-year anniversary. So with that, I'll just kind of get into the proclamation here. I know there's probably going to be a fair amount of words afterwards. Whereas Coconino Center for the Arts has for over 40 years been a center for Northern Arizona's vibrant, creative culture and arts community. And whereas in the early 1980s, Coconino County and its Board of Supervisors were instrumental in working with the local arts communities to obtain federal grant to construct a 12,000 square foot facility to provide Coconino County its first public space dedicated to its creative community and to offer a space for exhibits, concerts, theater performances, classes in art, culture and science events. And whereas the Center for the Arts facility includes a 4,000 square foot main gallery, an adjacent 215 square foot project gallery, an intimate 200 seat theater, and office meeting space in a centralized location off of Highway 180, which serves as a catalyst to foster an engaged, equitable, and imaginative community and promote to showcase this innovative community. And whereas over the years, CCA, Coconino Center for the Arts, continues to evolve and continues to promote an imaginative community serving the arts, science, and the diverse culture of Northern Arizona, including expanding the imaginative experience to extend beyond the walls of CCA and into Coconino County's diverse communities through the ArtX experience. And
whereas over the past 4 decades, CCA has looked to its volunteer board to provide leadership, direction, and inspiration, and to encourage collaboration across the arts, sciences, and humanities, and to promote creative expression by actively reflecting and highlighting the diverse cultures and communities throughout Coconino County. And whereas the Board of Supervisors joined CCA and all of Coconino County in celebrating their 40th anniversary and encourages residents, students, and visitors to join CCA in a weekend of celebration, commencing on Friday, September 6th through Sunday, September 8th, starting with a curated culinary experience, theater performances which capture the music, dance, and poetry of our region, and culminating on a Sunday filled with live music from local and emerging artists. And whereas in celebration of these milestones, the Board of Supervisors, hereby in recognition of Coconino County's 40th year partnership with CCA, hereby designates September 6th through 8th as Coconino Center for the Arts Weekend, and encourages all to celebrate this 40th anniversary and the positive impact that CCA has brought to our creative and innovative community. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Coconino County Board of Supervisors hereby designates September 6th through the 8th as Coconino Center for the Arts Weekend as a weekend of celebration. I'll turn it over to Julie Komnick. She's the Interim Executive Director of Coconino Center for the Arts.
Was there a motion and a second? I'm sorry, Chair, I didn't hear it if there was.
They're still presenting right now.
Okay, thank you. I just want to start by acknowledging the staff from Coconino Center for the Arts, members of the Creative Flagstaff Board, and members of the CCA Advisory Board here with us this morning. We're very honored to receive the proclamation for Coconino Center for the Arts 40th anniversary. Since 1984, CCA has offered exhibitions, programming, performances, classes, and cultural opportunities to Coconino County residents. And we look forward to continuing and expanding upon our collaboration with the county in the years to come. Please join us for the weekend of celebration of art, music, and culture, September 6th through 8th. We're already looking forward to welcoming Supervisors Begay and Horstman at the weekend events and hope to see you all there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments by the staff? Okay, anybody else? Okay, we're going to go to the board. Are there any board members that wish to make a comment? Supervisor Horstman.
Yes, I do. And do we want to take a motion and do we want to vote on this at the end or you want comments first?
Okay, go ahead. At this time, prior to the comments, we'll go ahead and take a motion. May I have a motion to approve the proclamation celebrating Coconino Center for the Arts 40th anniversary?
Madam Chair, it would be
Yes,
my
ma'am.
honor to make that motion since this is in my district and it's near and dear to my heart.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. There's a motion that's made by Supervisor Horstman. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Oppose? Motion passes. Thank you so much for making the presentation to staff. Any comments by the board?
If I may.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and I think this is really exciting and I'm glad to hear there are so many people there. Happy 40th anniversary to CCC. It's wonderful that we have an opportunity to celebrate the creativity, the community, the connectivity, all that art really brings all of us. And Coconino County has been a proud partner of CCC really for over 40 years since its absolute inception. The boards and the directors who have taken that idea of CCC some 40 years ago and really made it into the reality that we see here today. And they've certainly carried it all to great heights. We talked a little bit in our proclamation about ArtX. Creative Flagstaff has also brought together arts, science, culture, and really has worked in partnering all across Coconino County and throughout our communities. The city with their BBB funds, Flagstaff Downtown Business Alliance, NAU, Flagstaff Chamber, and others. And then, of course, ArtX really removed the walls, if you will, from the creativity and the arts community across Coconino County, and really emphasized our vast and diverse cultures and landscapes here in Coconino County. So I really want to celebrate with CCC this great accomplishment and thank them for their 40 years that they've given here to Coconino County. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yes, it's a great day to celebrate 40 years. That's quite a milestone, quite an accomplishment. Thank you for all of you that have made this happen, Creative Flagstaff and all the previous iterations of Creative Flagstaff. And so we're really excited to continue the partnership and to continue to see what kind of programming we can bring to our community through the Center for the Arts. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Hess?
Yes, it looked like you still had something to say. I know our community does. Would you like a minute to say something to the, go ahead. We'd love to hear from you.
It's on, I think. I'm Jamie Hasapis, past president of Creative Flagstaff. I've been involved with Creative Flagstaff in many of its iterations in the past as a musician and as an actor, and to be able to have a location such as that for us artists to perform or to display our art has been just such a delight. And it's been a great partnership all those years. And where I see us heading in the future and discussions we've had you with the county, there's just greater things in the future. And I'm just so excited about that. And thank you so much for the proclamation for our 40th annual celebration.
Thank you. I just want to say thank you so much. Are you done? Okay, go ahead.
Thank you,
Thought you
Madam
gave
Chair.
me-
I wanted to make sure we got them to talk real quick. It's been an honor and pleasure to come there. We've done multiple events. I've been lucky enough to do STEMI Awards there. That was very fun. So it's really a great location where you can get involved with the community, and it's just the parking is easy to get to, and you just feel welcome when you come in there. And I really applaud that you make it such a warm and welcoming environment. Every time I come out there, you just feel like you don't feel like you're causing a stir. You feel like you're there to be part of the exhibits or whatever event is happening. So continue the great work, because it's not easy to achieve that, and you guys do a great job at it. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess. Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. And this has been at times, a challenging project. We've had to really work on a facility. Really, thank you for working with us on improving the building. And we've had long discussions and trying to figure out, at one time we were wondering if it was even going to stay open. So we've had a journey with this project, and it's been a really good, wonderful project. And we have our facility, county facility, that maintains and really does a lot of work there. So I want to thank Tom. And then Sue was on the board at the time as well. So, and I was served on the board at one point, and it was been a really good initiative, and gotten stronger throughout the years. And at one time, there was a dream of really going totally immersed, embracing all of Coconino County, and that's been attempted in various ways. So it's been a really thoughtful project, I think, and it's been really good. So I want to just thank you for the work that you do. You know, art is not just art in our way. Art is our story. Art is who we are. Art is protection. Art is telling the world what came from the past, what's the present, and how we see the future. So your work and your thought that you put into it, you know, and all the prayers that are done with it from our side anyway, then, you know, that it just is a healing mechanism. That's how we see it. So I want to just thank you for your work. I want to thank our staff, our county manager, to continued support, and just the efforts and all the partners that have come from throughout the years, that have come and gone and still with us today. So I want to thank you all for that, for what you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I just want to say thank you to everyone that has been involved in this process. Certainly, grants aren't easy to come by, and you know, there's and there's diversity that's being exposed here, and you know, it includes everyone here, all the plans, everything else. So I just want to say we can always look for expansion, and that would be something, you know, that we need to move forward with. So I just want to say thank you for the comments that were made. Thank you so much. We have in a consent agenda right now. All matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that board members want to consider separately?
We told our chair that we're gonna end early, and she's on the speed track here. We'd like to have a photo.
Sure, I guess they're gonna have to Photoshop me in, huh?
Okay, we're going to go ahead and get back to order here. So we have a consent agenda before us, and as I was ready to read, all matters under consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by a single motion. Are there any items that the board members want to consider separately? Supervisor Fowler,
Madam Chair, number 9
number 9
and number 11.
and number 11. May I have a motion at this time?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion by Supervisor Vasquez to approve everything between from 2 to 12, excluding 11 and 9, removing 9 and 11. And second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Motion carries.
So
Okay, so item number 9, consideration and possible action to approve the independent contractor agreement between Coconino County Parks and Recreation and Pro Am Party and event rentals for Coconino County Fair tent, table, chairs in the amount not to exceed 75,000. I'm gonna go ahead and give the floor to County Manager.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. This is an item for table and event for table rental at our county fair event. Our county fair, I'll use this as an opportunity to give a plug. The county fair is starting on Friday through Monday. So we're very excited to be putting on that county affair, and if we'll all be at the event, and we know how many tables and chairs, et cetera, go into producing that event. I don't know if Cynthia Nemeth is on with us today. I know she'll be with us later. Kim Musselman is here, but this is a pretty, I hate to say a standard contract, but it's a contract for that table rental at the fair and everything that it's part of the larger package that goes into producing that pretty large scale fair event. So thank you.
Hey, Supervisor, I don't know if you had a specific question about the item. I'll do my best. I don't see Cynthia or Liz right now on the meeting, but I'll do my best if I can.
you've already covered it. It's really just thank you. And I just wanted to I pulled it because we have our county fair coming up. And it takes a lot of effort. All the departments are involved. And it is the Coconino County Fair at Fort Tut Hill. So just want to ask our general public out there, if you're available, come on out and enjoy your fair. We put this on every year, and it's just, we have entertainment, we have lots of booth information about our county, and others will be there to enjoy the fair. And I just want to thank our staff for putting on this fair, and huge effort is put into this. So if you have anything else to add, looks like Andy does. Just that's the reason why I pulled this, because it is our county fair.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler, members of the board, and thank you for calling that out, because we the county will have a table and a booth at the fair, and we're really excited about staffing that and being able to greet our residents. And we also get several visitors that come to our fair that want to appreciate Coconino County fully for who we are and what we have to offer, which is a lot culturally. And so we will be there. I think Brian is around somewhere. And so he's ensuring that we have plenty of volunteers, et cetera, to staff that booth. And we're really excited for that. So thank you.
And if I could just add one piece, I know a press release is going out from Mountain Line today about free bus transportation to and from the fair. So we would encourage folks to take advantage of that so that they can ride the bus to the fair, so that then they don't have to worry about parking and can enjoy throughout the day. And so all that information will be in a press release that's going out from Mountain Line today.
Great. And don't miss the livestock auction.
The livestock auction is with the 4-H crew, a major event for the fair, and that tradition continues for who we are in Coconino County. And also wanted to note, we'll be putting out, I believe there's going to be an ad in the Daily Sun on Thursday, just inviting people to the fair on behalf of Coconino County, et cetera. So we're really excited for those opportunities.
Great, thank you.
And definitely stop by the county booth. It's besides there'll be some games for the kids and some county swag and good information. So hopefully people will take this opportunity to stop by the Coconino County booth at the fair.
Yeah, and then as county supervisors, we have an opportunity to just welcome everyone. We all have different times that we're scheduled to be there. So thank you so much. All right. Anybody else?
Any other comments by the board? There being none, is there a motion?
I move we approve item number 9.
Motion made by Supervisor Fowler. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Motion carries.
Didn't come.
Okay, item number 11, consideration and possible action to ratify the purchase authority from dealership Phil Long Ford at $251,752 for FY 2024 to accommodate $42,750 purchase to provide an additional vehicle to Human and Health and Human Services in FY 2024. You may go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chris, for being here. And I just wonder why Health and Human Service needs a vehicle. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. So we have a dealership that Phil Long Ford. I just thought that it'd be good to cover how we choose these dealerships and what the process is, just so we have a just for information purposes.
Sure. Chair Begay, and thank you, Supervisor Fowler, for the opportunity to explain how we procure vehicles. We get a great price on vehicles, but to do that, we need to go through people that either have state contracts or they have source well contracts. It's a federal procurement process. And to get this buying power, this bulk buying power of vehicles. And we look for the availability of vehicles. That's more recently our issue. And then we also look at the price of vehicles. We work with departments to spec out the type of vehicles that they need. Then our fleet analysts pursue those vehicles. We've used more recently Phil Long on a handful of vehicles, because frankly, they were the only people that could get the vehicles that we had spec'd out for, in this case, Health and Human Services. So we follow state and federal guidelines for procuring of vehicles. This one's a little bit interesting because we missed, for transparency, we exceeded our buying power on this one. And we've implemented some policies and some procedures internally, so we don't do that again as we move forward. But by and large, we aim to follow state and federal procurement rules, and those the dealerships that we're ordering vehicles from are part of that. So it's a somewhat of a competitive or a pre-approved process that we're piggybacking on.
Have vehicle prices and used vehicles prices gone down? I know they just went like crazy.
Chair Begay and Supervisor Fowler, we have seen some fluctuation in that, but by and large, the rate of vehicles have gone up, continue to go up between 3% and 7% every year. So we haven't seen a drop in that.
Okay, thank you.
Chair Begay and Supervisor Fowler, can I also say that it is of interest for the county, our sustainability department and public works to pursue the purchase of electric vehicles and hybrid vehicles as well. And so we're still evaluating that, trying to find the vehicles that fit with the department needs. And so that's still on our radar, or maybe even more than just on our radar, but we're pursuing hybrid vehicles when they're available and when they fit the specification.
Thank you. And I think being that our county is so rural and the charging stations are far in between, we have to be careful with that, but I know you're really looking at that. And I already told a story about how we find people that are on the side of the road because they ran out of battery power. So anyway, thank you so much. Thanks for your information explaining how the process works and the challenges that we have in trying to stay within the budget. So thank you so much. With that, Madam Chair, I'd like to, I move that we approve item 11.
A motion made by Supervisor Fowler. Do we have a second on item number 11?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion carries. We are now done with the consent agenda. Moving on to, may I have a motion to resolve as a flood control district board of directors?
So moved.
Supervisor Hess.
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Are there any items that the board wants to consider separately? If not, may I have a motion to approve the flood control district consent agenda items for 13 through 15?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Horseman, seconded by Supervisor Hess. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
So move.
Supervisor Fowler, a second
Second.
by Director Vasquez. Those in favor?
Aye.
In
Aye.
favor? Aye. Oppose? Motion passes. May I have a motion to resolve as the Health District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Supervisor Hess, second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion passes. Are there any items that the board members want to consider separately? May I have a motion to approve, if none, for items 16 and 17?
So moved.
There being none, motion made by Director Horseman. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Oppose? Motion carries. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
So move.
Director Fowler,
Second.
second by Director Hess. Those in favor?
Aye.
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 Oppose? Motion passes. The board, may I have a motion to resolve as a Jail District Board of Directors?
So moved.
Second.
Supervisor Vasquez, second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Okay, we have one consent agenda item, item number 18. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion
Second.
made by Director Vasquez and second by Director Hess. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. May I have a motion to resolve as a Board of Supervisors?
So moved.
Motion made by Director Hess, second by Director.
Second.
Second.
Am I losing? Okay, Vasquez. Okay, those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. And we have an action item, number 19.
Chair Begay, members of the board, Andy Bertelson, County Manager, and welcome Lucinda Andriani, Deputy County Manager, and we also have some partners here as well. I see Mark Adams here from the Flagstaff Wildland Fire Crew. So thanks for being here, and thank you, Lucinda.
All right, good morning. Thank you, Andy. Good morning, board chair and members of the board. Today got to have some exciting news. As you know, I think this whole process began at least 2 years ago. The county applied for a grant through Senators Kelly and Sinema, and for what's termed the congressionally directed spending grants. And we were awarded $2 million for 2 different grants. One related to providing funding for a forest restoration project at the Lowell Observatory property. And I'll come back to that and let Jay make a few comments relative to that project. But you'll see in your staff report and the information that approximately about $800,000 to $900,000 is going into that project out of the 2 million. And then in addition to that, we're utilizing the remaining about 1.2 million to construct a set of integrated mitigation areas out in the pipeline flood area, specifically in the Campbell flood corridor, as well as the Peaceful Way flood corridor. And we'll talk about this a little bit more this afternoon, or a lot more this afternoon, but I'm pleased to report that we are moving ahead with the Peaceful Way flood mitigation project. As you know, we've had some challenges there with one of the property owners, and that is now moving forward. And in fact, I provided the notice to proceed to Tiffany Construction to go forward with the fabrication of the pipe and move forward with that project. So I'm really excited about that. But a critical piece to this, and certainly those of you that have been out there, I know in particular, Supervisor and Director Vasquez was out there a lot in 22. You'll remember the area north of the north side of the Peaceful Way flood area, where we had what we called the mini Grand Canyon. And it's an area you actually access off of Brandis going up that Dunlap and into that area up there, but that's been extremely hard hit. And with us today is Faith Skinner. I'd like to have offer Faith an opportunity to come up. One of the properties that was particularly hard hit was Faith's property, and hand in hand with she and her family since then, and to working on the various mitigation plans. So for that area, we're constructing we call it an overflow swale channel through that area. If in fact the rainfall event exceeds the design storm, which we've been able to get to the 2-inch and 45-minute, the 25-year post-wildfire storm. If it exceeds that, and it'll flow back to where it has historically, that's how we need to and design these projects. There'll be a conveyance system there to more safely convey this water through the neighborhood, that area of the neighborhood that's been so hard hit. And in addition to that swale, we're also going to look at all the properties through that area, or at least several of the properties, I won't say all, but several of the properties that will remain at risk for flooding, to look at what individual, it's an integrated system, but you'll look at the individual homes and make sure that the homes are being mitigated as well. So just like to give Faith a few minutes to talk about the project with you. So
thank you for having me. Thank you, Lucinda. Appreciate your guys listening to me and appreciate your time. First of all, I'd like to say thank you for what you already have done and the things that have been approved. I know that the neighbors around us are happy and that they are very appreciative of all the time spent and hours and hours, countless hours, and all the people that put energy into getting that done as quickly as possible so that there could be mitigation. And on our end, on the Peaceful Way, it still feels very unsettling. We've already had 6 floods or so through our property this year, especially in the last few weeks. As the water saturation levels get higher, we get a lot of water through our property. So some of the fear that comes back of like 2022, last year we didn't get very much, but the year before up to 45 events, and now we're still seeing that, it's still coming. So the sensors go off, the rain comes, we watch the mountains, and then you're just waiting. You actually can hear it. You can hear the water coming. You don't know how big it is. You don't know where it hit exactly. And so we live in a little bit of kind of a high anxiety level when it rains, because we're not quite sure. We don't have that like, oh, it's raining finally in Flagstaff feeling quite back yet. And it's really dangerous on our property. So 15 feet probably at least down in, and at least 15 to 20 feet wide of just straight dirt. And we actually had one of our little dogs run over and she fell right off the edge. We found her later, but and then we have miniature horses and one of them got out. And that was my first fear, is they're going to go off the cliff, just kind of unexpected things. That when we bought the property, we bought it in 2020. We knew it had flooded previously and the previous owner was uncooperative with the county. And we are hoping that our cooperation and the cooperation of our neighbors will really help push things forward for the safety of all of those around. We're afraid to move dirt. We're afraid to do anything on our property that would adversely affect any of our neighbors downstream. But we appreciate any help that we can, because it is a huge undertaking. We've lost hundreds, of feet of fencing, things like that. And then we have teenagers who drive and think that it's okay to drive through flowing water. It's not okay. But, when you have to get to school and you have to get places, one of ours, our ditch, or the low drive that they're talking about, we have to drive through it to get in and out of our property. We were denied access through going kind of the back way through our property of one of the burnt properties behind us. And in the winter, it gets really dangerous because there's no markers. You can't tell. My husband was plowing and he tipped the tractor into the ditch. And he tries his best. We try to put markers in, but it's constantly changing the width, the depth. It's constantly changing. And so we ask for your help on this, and we appreciate all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, Faith. And I think for me, the reason these projects are so important is that we all don't want anybody in this county living in fear for any reason, right? And to live in fear and have that anxiety and the mental health impacts to them and their children, that's something we want to change, and we're on the path to change that. So I'm very confident, without, unusual weather or other things that could take place, that we'll be able to complete this entire project effort, before the next monsoon season, which will be really fantastic. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Jay, and he'll speak to the Lowell project.
Madam Chair, members of the board, just a point of clarification. We are speaking essentially both about items 19 and 20. So just a point of clarification. Thank you.
Thanks, Andy. Good morning, Chair Begay and members of the board. I'm here to just really quickly talk about the congressionally directed spending grant that's going to be going to Lowell Observatory project. We're out of the $2 million, we're putting $816,779 toward this project. And the only way it's getting done also is that $100,000 is coming from the city of Flagstaff and $50,000 from Lowell Observatory to get this work done. This is the last section. If you get to look at a map, this is the last section. When I say section, 640 acres, plus some acres that Lowell has where all their buildings are at, that hasn't been treated basically in the whole area on that side of Observatory Mesa, and the state land, the Forest Service land, the city land, all in that has been treated. So this is the last section that has not. And Lowell is just, after they've put a major investment in with this new Discovery Center, they want to see their area protected. And so they are very appreciative and thankful that we're willing to put this onto the congressionally directed spending grant. Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership is going to be managing the project and overseeing all of the contract work. It could start as early as this fall, but will likely begin next spring once a contractor is selected. One of the interesting things we're doing on this is LiDAR is being used to kind of give us an overview of what's out there, so that they can write prescriptions and get this work done as quickly and as inexpensive as possible by using this new technology. So we're appreciative to Andrew Sanchez-Mater for doing that work for us for free. Kind of his weekend pastime is to play around on these kind of computers and do this work. So we appreciate that. And then again, this was really possible because GFFP, Lowell Observatory, and the city of Flagstaff had been working on getting this project ready. They've been doing field trips, looking at all the work that needed to be done to plan the project, and the project was shovel ready. And that's what we needed 2 years ago when this opportunity came about. We needed a shovel ready project on private land. This fit the bill. And so we were able to get there. So I appreciate Mark. I mean, I know Mark probably wasn't much of a involved in this because he's too new to the city, but Neil Chapman did a lot of work on this, and Matek did a lot of work, and then staff from the Lowell Observatory. So I just wanted to recognize that as well. I'm here to answer any questions if you have any.
Is the project, I'm looking on the map. Is the project on the north side or?
It's at section 17. So if you see one that has 17 in it, that's the section that's being treated. It's going to be about 672 acres total. Can you see that on there? Is that easily? I'm not sure what map you're looking at, so.
Just a Google map.
Oh, okay. It's the dark area. It's like right where Lowell Observatory is, and then all that dark green, and then there's all the light green around it. The dark green is the area that has not been treated.
All right. Any other questions?
On
All
the Peaceful Way, back to Peaceful Way, I was, this project is now in process, it's now, it's at a point where it is getting done now.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yep.
So we're not gonna be able, this is like the final project or are we midway? There's a lot more.
So,
because when it was presented, it was huge.
So you're right. So if you think about the entire area, we had 9 watersheds that were severely burned. We've now completed mitigation in 7. So we have 2 more. One is Peaceful Way, and then the other is Government Tank, which is just south of Campbell. I always call that the Big Kahuna. It's a lot of volume of water coming through there. So that's taking considerably more time, although frankly, we are having some breakthroughs there and making some good progress there too. And we'll talk more about that during the update this afternoon. But Peaceful Way is the next one that now has moved into construction. We've been told by the other parties' attorneys that that they have agreed to the agreement that was generated and by our attorney. And so we are moving forward with that now.
Okay, great. Thank you. And I know all these projects as partnership.
Absolutely. And this is Peaceful Way. So the remaining elements of that project is all coming through Natural Resources Conservation Service, everything off forest or in the neighborhood, the storm drain pipe. It'll be another one of the 10-foot storm drain pipes. And then as well as the overflow swale channel that we're talking here near Face Home, that's being funded through NRCS, Emergency Watershed Protection. We have another pretty significant amount of work, additional work to do on forest, as well as the terminal trench and transition channel to take the water into the storm drain inlet. And so, that will be moving forward, and that's being funded through U.S. Forest Service, the original $42 million. So,
and we have to thank our congressional delegation.
Absolutely, they were
Senator
fundamental to all
Kelly
of this.
and Senator
Absolutely.
Sinema. We just couldn't do these local projects on the ground that are so that are needed for public safety and to be able to have a neighborhood that lives in families that are safe. We couldn't do it without them.
That's
So
right. No,
just really wanna
absolutely. And
appreciate
then
them.
we'll also talk this afternoon. We did receive the Protect grant through Department of Transportation, Federal Department of Transportation, and that's moving forward as well. And that will really help with the expansion of Copeland Detention Facility, as well as the crossing there at Government Tank. So
Thank you.
great. Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez?
Thank you. Thank you for the reports, I want to start with Observatory Mesa. I went for a hike up there last week and definitely see the need for the thinning up there. So I'm glad that that work is going to get done. Very important. It's a great area, but there's a lot of people that go through there. And so we need to make sure that it's thinned properly so we don't have any
And
accidents.
that's a fire gateway into Flagstaff, right? A lot of the winds come from that direction, and we've seen that historically. So this is really a critical piece.
Yeah, no, I'm really excited to see that, and it was good for me to visually walk up there and see the need myself, and so it's fresh on my mind, and so thank you for bringing this to us. And then on the Peaceful Way corridor, I'm glad we're finally making progress. Faith, you shouldn't have to fear to live in your home, and I remember your words 2 years ago about how it was and how fearful your family was for the floods, and I'm glad we're making progress. We're not there yet, but we're heading forward towards progress in terms of alleviating that stress. So thank you for coming today and sharing your words with us. It's appreciated. Thank you.
Any other comments by the board? Andy?
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. Just want to applaud all the efforts on the congressionally directed funding and how we locally are able to utilize those monies in our local community for local service. So well done by everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda, for bringing this to the attention of the board for approval, and also Jay. Thank you so much for, making things happen. And I just want to say thank you to everyone that's been involved in getting this going and making sure that, people our constituents are safe all the way around. So thank you so much. So from here, do I have a motion to accept the congressional directed spending grant in the amount of $816,779 from the U.S. Forest Service to conduct a fuels reduction project on Lowell Observatory property?
I so move.
Second.
Okay, motion made by Supervisor Horstman and seconded by Supervisor Vasquez. Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? Motion passes. So item number 20, I think that was already included. I don't know if the board.
You have to take an action.
Yeah, yeah.
They
So-
set up separate contracts. So.
Yeah, so what I was about to say is, is there any other comments by the board? If not, then is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion made by Supervisor Hess and second by Supervisor Fowler. All in favor say aye.
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 Oppose? Motion carries.
Great, thank you very much. And I should have noted, both these projects are being, the funding is coming through the Forest Service. So we're working with them on these projects once again, great partners. So thank you so much.
Okay, we're down to discussion items. County Manager Bertelson.
Thank you, Chair Begay, members of the board. Wanted to provide an discussion and update regarding state and/or federal legislative or administrative matters. Item number 21. Speaking of congressionally directed funding, we have Gregory and Keith here today to give, I believe the term is robust update today. So please bear with us as we work through our state and federal legislative items.
Thank you, Andy. Chair Begay, board members, it's a privilege to be here with you today. I'm just going to go through a few items. Keith will give a federal update, talk about how we're continuing to press on our congressional directed spending for FY25 and delivering those funds to the county. So just a note, the Baj Nwado Itat Kukvini ancestral footprints of the Grand Canyon National Monument. The Monument Advisory Committee call has gone out. Government Affairs is supporting District 1 and 5 who are applying, working together to solicit letters of recommendation to seek seats on the Monument Advisory Committee. This committee is established to provide information and advice regarding the development of the Monument Management Plan and, as appropriate, the management of the monument. And so the committee will include 15 members appointed by the Secretary of Interior and Agriculture. And so applications are due October 3rd. We've drafted a letter for District 1 and 5, whose districts comprise a significant portion of the monument for solicitation for recommendation letters.
In terms of letters that Government Affairs has worked on since our last update, we've put out a letter on the Affordable Connectivity Program. NACO is making a push in August, now soon to be September, when Congress comes back on September 9th to reauthorize and refund the Affordable Connectivity Program. Latest numbers is that program served over 6,000 residents in Coconino County. So a letter went out to Senator Sinema, Kelly, and Representative Crane. We've also put out a letter on USDA rural development support for appropriations for the Appropriations Committee working with Owen Hart and the Agriculture and Rural Affairs at NACO. We've sent that to the majority and minority appropriators, as well as CC'd our delegation. Put out a letter on Mountain Line Grants, Section 5307 and 5339 to ADOT Director Toth for maintenance facility improvements and battery electric fixed bus routes. We've also, in collaboration with the Flood Control District, have sent out letters inviting Secretary Buttigieg, Secretary Vilsack, and NRCS Chief Cosby for a collaborative event to celebrate the historic investments that the agencies have made in the flood area as it relates to the complex between on-forest, off-forest, and highway drainage improvements. So those letters are out. Thank you, Chair Begay, for the responsiveness of your office. In terms of the uranium mine, on August 13th, the Attorney General, as you may know, released a letter to the Kaibab National Forest Supervisor requesting a supplemental environmental impact statement, or EIS, for the Pinyon Plain Mine based on the Crosley paper that was released last month, documenting connectivity between the sea aquifer that's been punctured by the mine shaft and the Redwall Mauve aquifer that lies below it, requesting the latest science and technology, hydrogeology be brought to the study of that, and looking for requesting a supplemental EIS, and the county has supported that request. Last week, we convened the 4th Uranium Working Group meeting. In the meeting, it was reported that 5,500 tons of ore are on the ore pad. The permitted capacity by ADEQ is 13,100, so well below the permitted capacity. We also received an update that the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration received a request from the Navajo Nation to conduct investigation on Hammond Trucking, the company that was hired by the mine to do the hauling. And on August 5th, we were informed that the agency reviewed their operating authority, hazmat, and shipping papers and completed their investigation on August 14th. The Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration found one violation relating to shipping papers, which was minor, gave a notice of violation so that they could fix their shipping papers, and it was indicated that they had come into compliance. In terms of NACO, Government Affairs has been working with Supervisor Fowler, who chairs the Rural Action Caucus. Supervisor Fowler held a leadership meeting yesterday with the vice chairs of the RAC and laid out the agenda with those individuals to discuss 3 major topics of priority: homeowners insurance and the difficulties in acquiring it across the country as it relates to wildfire, flooding, hurricanes, convective thunderstorms, and the impact of potentially losing insurance on rural communities, the need for FEMA reforms, which this board has prioritized and has worked with Senator Kelly's office on, for example, to have introduced the Ember Act for some reforms as it relates to the harmful incident period, and then the census and ensuring, as we head into the 2030 census, complete count in rural communities, because census complete count drives federal funding to rural communities, and it's been a challenge in rural communities as census taking has moved to a digital format, and the enumeration process and challenges relating to ensuring a complete count in the rural areas of counties. And so I'll pause there in case Supervisor Fowler wants to provide any context, and then
Thank you. Thank you. I want to thank our county manager and Greg and Keith for helping us, and then for John too. So, and Deborah, she's probably on the line. We have a lot of, as county supervisors, our staff is everything to us. So just really want to support, thank the support. So we had our first meeting. I am the chair of the National Counties Association Rural Action Caucus. There are over 3,000 counties in the country, and over 70% are rural counties. And so now we have, as chair, I have 16 vice chairs throughout the country from 13 states. And we also have across the country from the west to the east. And so we had our first meeting, and I like to get some things done as chair. We become chair and this leadership for 1 year. I've been a vice chair for a couple of years, and now I'm the chair. And so we outline these as priorities within that, trying to really address with them, homeowners insurance and census. Census will continue. We're starting a discussion on that. We really lost out with the census count that started early and early, and just the policies on how this people were counted. So our vice chairs, and they're all in agreement. So we're going to be having, it's an action-oriented caucus. So we want to really focus on getting some of these done. Of course, Farm Bill is very important. We're really focused on that. There are a number of vice chairs that are farmers that are on the board. Then we also have broadband, and all the other issues are still on the table. Opioid issues, healthcare issues, EMS issues, all of that. But from all the issues that rural counties face, what is it that we can get done that really will have a meaningful impact on our county as well as other counties? So thank you, Greg.
Thank you. And Chair Begay, board members, Supervisor Horstman and I will be heading to DC the second week of September. I'll actually be leaving on Thursday to head home for some time with my family. But we're gearing up for the PILT fly-in, where we'll be bringing advocacy as it relates to PILT and SRS. As you know, the FY24 payment or PILT has not been, or sorry, FY24 SRS has not been reauthorized. So we're facing that. We've prepared a leave behind. We put together a robust agenda there. Supervisor Horstman will be participating on a public lands forum in which Keith will be helping to get her teed up for that. So we're continuing the advocacy around this. Just to note, our government affairs intern, William Nazi, is back and is working with communications and I on drafting some press releases to go out potentially once we get into that PILT fly-in. And so we're working on ramping up the advocacy using NACO's toolkit, because the part of the PILT fly-in is to generate momentum on these programs and the importance that they provide to rural counties throughout the West. And so with that, Keith Breckus will come up and provide an update federally, as well as what he's been doing in terms of CDS as we continue in FY25 to continue to deliver the funding that we've been successful on over the past few years. So with that, Keith.
Good morning, Chair Begay and the board. I'll give a brief update. I'll call a robust light here. So I'm going to do a little bit on federal and then talk some about congressional spending, and then kick it back to Gregory for a little bit of a state update. But on the federal, as you know, there aren't too many days left of the congressional, too many days in DC this cycle. It's a competitive election year, and so they have limited time back at DC. But there will be a couple things that they may take up before the end of the year. I think the National Defense Authorization Act may go through. That's passed 62 years in a row. They'll also probably take a look at the Water Resources Development Act. And then most of the big ticket items like the Farm Bill and stuff will most likely get punted after the lame duck session into next year, especially since the outcome of who's coming back or which party will be in legislative power is, I think, unclear because of the competitive political environment. So on some of those issues, they'll wait to see what the landscape looks like. Another sort of wild card that might come up is the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, RECA, for downwinders and people who worked in uranium mines and stuff. That's looking for an extension there. Both our senators support it. Our Representative Crane has at times expressed support for Senator Hawley's bill, but hasn't signed on to some of the forms of legislation going out there. So we'll have to see how that one plays out. But it's something that a lot of the Western delegation, senators and reps from Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, which are exposed, are working on, as well as some people in Missouri where they have related but different issues, not due to the testing, but due to other exposures. With that, I'll move into the congressionally directed spending. We talked about obviously the success of getting congressionally directed spending out here was highlighted earlier with the Lowell project and some of the flood mitigation projects. For the FY25 year, before the Senate left for their break, they did drop some appropriations bills in the FY25, including the Financial Services and General Government Appropriations Bill. And within that, the bill includes $150,000 for Coconino County's digital transformation congressionally directed request. So that's a fairly modest request, but it did go into the, or in the appropriations bill. It's an important first step, but there's ways to go before it becomes law, because it still has to be reconciled with the House bill. So nothing's a done deal yet, but it made it into one appropriations bill, so it's progress. A few weeks ago, the Senate released several appropriations bill. Coconino County is slated to receive $2.2 million for the sheriff's safety interoperability communications for the sheriff's department. And that spending request was supported by both Senators Sinema and Kelly, and made it into the Senate appropriations bill in the Commerce, Justice, Science, and Related Agencies bill. Again, that one also still has to pass in the Senate, and it has to be reconciled with the House bill. So that could take several more months if all goes well. But again, it's on track, or at least there's progress to make it into that appropriations bill. As you may recall, the House introduced in its FY 2025 Homeland Security bill earlier this summer in June. And that one, Congressman Gallego included a little over $1 million for the Coconino County Emergency Operations Center in that bill. So that one is in a House version, but like all the other bills, these have to be reconciled. Nothing's a done deal yet, but at least our delegation, the Arizona delegation, has looked favorably on our projects, and some of those have made it into different versions of appropriations bills. Finally, we will continue to provide updates as we learn if the Tribal Nations Service Center and the medical examiner upgrade request will be included in any of the Senate appropriations bills. As you may recall, Senator Sinema and Kelly requested almost $900,000 for the Tribal Nations Service Center, and Senator Sinema has requested $405,400 for the medical examiner office upgrades. We expect that those bills could be introduced in September in the Senate, and hoping that they are. And that's my update. If you have any questions.
Yeah, thank you, Keith. And just a note on the FY 25 budget for the federal government, we're hearing that we're likely going to see a continuing resolution through to the beginning of the lame duck session in November, although Speaker Johnson is under pressure from his Republican Freedom Caucus colleagues to push that into the new year in hopes that President Trump would be in office, and then that they would be able to take action on President Trump's agenda. So we'll certainly be following the budget negotiations, as September 30th is the end of the federal fiscal year. and the budget would expire then. And so to avert a shutdown, a CR would need to be passed to move those, continue those appropriations into FY25. So we're monitoring those dynamics. We do expect at least a CR into the lame duck session after the election. So we'll keep you posted on that. We certainly do not want to have to tee up the shutdown memo that we've had continuously going for 2 years now, but we're always ready to tee it up and certainly get that ready if we need to, and we'll be monitoring that. So just shifting over to the state, some good news in terms of the revenue numbers. In June, revenues were 248 million above the JLBC January baseline, and almost the entire June gain was from non-tax sources such as unclaimed property deposits, interest earnings, and Medicaid reimbursements. In July 24, the general fund revenues were 1.28 billion, which represents an increase of 15.1% over July 23. And so July collections were 83 million above the enacted revenue forecast, and the overall forecast gain was concentrated in the corporate income tax category, with individual income tax and insurance premium tax also posting forecast gains. Preliminary data in July indicated that FY24 state revenues were, and this is the good news, 412 million above the enacted budget revenue forecast. And this net gain will depend on whether the spending at the end of the year differs from the budget's projection. So at this time, JLBC is reviewing initial spending data by the General Accounting Office, and the enacted budget requires the executive branch to provide preliminary estimates of the FY24 ending balance by September 15th, 2024. And JLBC will report this information. So we'll be monitoring that as we start to look at revenue availability in the state budget. That's significant given this board's continued advocacy on the Department of Forestry and Fire Management's wildfire emergency response line item, where we've requested recapitalization of that line item at 35 million. And then of course, the request with the governor's office to fund Pathways program as a result of the sweep of the opioid settlement funds that were under control by the Attorney General. So with that, we're looking at some of the numbers. One cautionary note is the retail remote seller category grew year over year by only 0.8% in July, which is the smallest increase since November 2023. And this was primarily attributed to standard retail sales, which declined year over year by 0.7% in July. And growth in standard retail sales has been trending down at the start of FY23 and outright declined in 3 of the last 4 months. So we're watching those numbers, looking at the state revenue picture. You'll hear more about that when Mr. Sullivan, Executive Director at CSA, joins you this afternoon. But it's something, as we have our financial asks with the governor and the legislature, money in the system is good and certainly opens the door compared to the restricted environment that we were operating in last year. So we have made requests with the governor's office. Karen has been engaged with the governor's office as it relates to having the 35 million for DFFM put in the governor's executive recommendation, which of course will be published in January. And then also we're setting up a meeting with the policy advisor to the Department of Corrections to see about whether we could get the Pathways funding also in the governor's budget. We're able to do this. It signals to the legislature that it's an important priority for the governor and gives us more of a negotiating platform as we engage with our respective delegations and lawmakers across the state. Of course, right now, we don't know who leadership will be, so we're a little limited on who we can meet with and where we target, but we are monitoring that and looking for any opportunities to engage with legislators, particularly in November after the election during CSA board meeting and then in November. So we'll certainly be reaching out to you all as we head into the CSA summit, getting some time where we can go down to Phoenix and meet with key legislators in November after the election. So with that, happy to stand for any questions or provide any other information. Thank you.
Are there any questions by the board?
I just want to thank our staff for working on all these items as well as all the board members, because we're there advocating, and it's just sometimes you walk in and they're really listening, they're really engaged, they really want to do something, but there's some kind of challenge on their end that they're not able to do it. So they have to figure out how they're going to be able to help us. And sometimes it's just that they just are not able to. So we just keep on having these agenda items for years. Some of them are on our federal agenda, our state agenda for years, and all in the name of for the name of our county. I see our county attorney in the audience, Bill. I want to recognize all the electeds as well. They're also advocating. They have their items, and we all work together to be able to get to where we are at the state level as well as the national level. And we work with a lot of partners that to be able to be able to advocate on our county's behalf. So yeah, we do travel quite a bit, and really happy that you and Supervisor Horseman are going to DC for our schools, for our forest area, for our roads. That's why you're going, and these take time, and it really makes a huge difference to be able to be seen, to be there, and for our the team that we work with, Bob and Anna and Karen at the state. So just want to thank you for all your efforts, and a lot of emails. You're writing all the time. A lot of emails.
We're a letter production assembly line.
Yeah, you really are. But it is so necessary though, because if we just sit silent, people, our legislators, our department staff, that's a key. The chief of staff, they don't know what our needs are. They don't know departments, especially when they're rewriting this policies or guidelines for FEMA. This is the fifth rewrite, and they don't know. So we have to be there. We have to be in these meetings. And who knew that we could meet by Zoom prior to the pandemic? Now a lot of Zoom meetings are taking place. So anyway, just want to thank you for that.
Thank you. And it's great to be at the table and not on the menu.
Exactly, exactly.
Supervisor Horseman?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Gregory and Keith. You know, we've often said, and I think we all feel that Coconino County on a national level, both with NACO, certainly we as a county punch way above our weight for such a small rural county in northern Arizona. And that really is absolutely due to the leadership of the members on this board who have taken advocacy roles and leadership roles within the National Association and within many of these advocacy roles and many of these different subject matter areas. But really, we are so lucky we have an incredible support team, because without our support team, we would never be able to accomplish and be as successful as we have been, especially, you know, over the years and the last few years. I got to just thank our government affairs team, Gregory and Keith. You guys, you knock it out of the park all the time. You make us look good. You keep us prepared. You keep us informed and on top of the issues. And really also county management. You know, just again, you have supported us, supported the advocacy of this board on behalf of the residents who live here in Coconino County. And we have a great consultant team, and Bob and Anna and Karen Cruz, of course, for the state, and really have been able to make us so successful. I mean, here we are, Coconino County. We brought in over $100 million in flood mitigation monies in the last couple of years. We also, in terms of the congressionally directed funding, and I think Gregory, you can probably talk more specifically on this, but there isn't anybody in Arizona that has received as much congressionally directed funding awards in the last couple years. And that is also due to the partnership we have with our two senators, Kelly and Sinema, and with our past congressional delegation. So we have been very successful because we work together, we build our partnerships, and we work hard and advocate for our communities across Coconino County. And just a great thank you to my colleagues and a great thank you to the county leadership and our great government affairs team. Really appreciate all of you. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Any other comments by other board members? Vasquez.
Sure, just great job. Appreciate being able to always be prepared when we're dealing with our state or federal legislation, always having the updates. Sometimes it's a little overwhelming, a little much, but at the same time, I'd rather be over-prepared than under-prepared, and that's what allows us to pivot and to act decisively when there are opportunities to do so with different legislation. So again, just want to commend your team and say thank you, and look forward to continuing the work. Thank you.
Supervisor Hess.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, you guys have always come with the knowledge, and you're always ready to answer any questions I have, and you're always ready to break it down to a level that really can make sense to the county and to the district and everyone on the board. So I really applaud all your knowledge and information, and I support you going to DC and doing great. I'm looking forward to hearing what you guys achieve up there. I know Supervisor Horstman and yourself and Keith are going to do great up there, and continue to do your hard work. We really need your guys' support to get all these grants and get all that guidance and kind of steer us. And with everything that's going on, keep it up. I really appreciate you guys. Thanks.
Thank you, supervisors and chair. And I'll just mention the work that we do is collaborative with our other departments, and our department directors and subject matter experts all contribute to our work each and every day. So we wouldn't be standing in success if it wasn't for all of our collaborative work, starting with our departments and our subject matter experts and our partnership with you as our elected leaders. So just want to recognize that. And then one more piece is, since it is an election year, one of the big challenges and opportunities is we're going to need to build new relationships. And so that's where we're really focusing once we get through the election, and getting those relationships set up, working with you as the board so that you have those relationships, can make those phone calls. And so that's part of what we'll be tackling here post-November. So with that, thank you.
Thank you, Greg, for the presentation, and also Keith also. And it does take everyone to communicate, participate, plan together, just anything. So our the board too, and I just want to say that, everybody has a piece in this whole thing, and it's good that, we have good communication with our Anna, Bob, and, Karen. They're really doing a lot for us. And then also, one of the trips we made to Washington was that we went and knocked on at least 30 doors, and it was something that, we had to do. And that's all the more reason is, we're looking for more funding to address the needs of our communities, and, to address their, whatever they want us to address. So I just want to say thank you for county manager, your staff, other staff members, of course, Keith, and, all the board members. So thank you so much. Okay, we have next on the agenda, county manager. You have 30 minutes.
We are sharing the planning calendar. Thank you, Lindsay Daly, clerk of the board. So today we are here. So thanks for updating that, Lindsay. It's again, our playbook is always a work in progress. National Public Service Awards for Page and Fredonia. Contingent of us will be heading up for that tomorrow. We'll be in Page and then Fredonia on Thursday. Very much looking forward to that. We'll also be hosting employee forums as well. So it's a great opportunity to connect with all of our employees all throughout Coconino County. We also have the fair. We're posted for a quorum on that as well, beginning Friday, August 30th through Monday, September 2nd, which is Labor Day. And then the Labor Day holiday is September 2nd, so the offices will be closed. Also, we're posted for a quorum for the event to honor Liz Archuleta and her appointment to the Board of Regents on September 3rd. I believe that is at Pine Canyon Country Club, if I remember correctly. And then September 6th through the 8th, we just honored them today for the 40th anniversary and our proclamation for the Coconino Center for the Arts 40th anniversary event. Also, we have the Climb to Conquer Cancer on September 7th. We have a quorum for that as well, and that's to honor cancer awareness. And so many of us and our colleagues and our friends and our family have been impacted by the cancer and how that impacts all of our lives. So September 10th, we have a proclamation for Patriots Day. It's my understanding Williams will be honoring that as well that week, the city of Williams. So we'll put that on our calendars. Also, the Master Naturalist program with Parks and Recreation, and then roundtable items. So we'll continue to monitor September 10th. That may fill in as we go along. As Gregory had noted, we do have the payment in lieu of taxes, PILT fly-in. That funding is also important to what we do at the local level in Coconino County that are forested communities and communities that are impacted by having national forest in our communities. And so that's payment in lieu of taxes. Again, that fly-in is in Washington, D.C., September 9th through the 13th. Gregory, Supervisor Horseman, and others will and Cheryl Mango Paget is attending as well, our superintendent of schools. Also on Friday the 13th at 8:30, we have our United Way kick off event, as well as Picking in the Pines. That's an event that's taking place out at the amphitheater at Fort Tut Hill. It's large, pretty significant community event that's been taking place for quite some time now. I think at least 15 years, so 10 or 15 years. So, and then September 14th, the Patriots Day Parade in Williams. September 17th will be, thanks Lindsay, item to note on that meeting is our update to regarding the Navajo Department of Transportation and the intergovernmental agreement, as well as the road maintenance sales tax projects associated with that agreement. So we're really looking forward to that conversation. And then we'll also have an elections discussion item, an update on the elections from Esler Musta. And also on September 17th, it looks like we're hoping to start at 4 o'clock. Why? Because we do have a public hearing later that evening, which has to be is required to be in the evening, if I remember correctly, on a zone change in Munns Park, and then roundtable items as well. Any questions so far?
Yes, if I can, you said it says the 17th at 5. Are you now saying 4 o'clock?
We're hoping to start a bit earlier. Yeah, we've discussed starting those meetings a bit earlier, particularly when there are public hearings involved. As we know from last week, we had quite a late evening. We probably all got home at about 11 p.m. or after. And so this would allow us to start a bit earlier, and then the public hearing would be in the evening portion starting at 6.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that. I just want to know the time, since it says 5 o'clock on this. You mentioned 4, and of course we had it for 6. I have no problem with for 5. I just need to put it in the calendar.
Thank you. So we're showing 4 on the planning calendar currently, and so we can, at September 17th, we can ensure that works for everyone.
All right, thank you.
Change yesterday. Yeah. again, an evolving playbook with our planning calendar, because there is a lot happening, and so we try to stay ahead. But
It's a moving target, I know. Thanks.
Yeah. So then September 19th is the Medium County Caucus, as well as the County Supervisors Association meeting. To note, Craig Sullivan, Executive Director of County Supervisors Association, will be here at 3:30 today. So we're very excited to be hosting Craig to give us an update. And while he's doing his tour of counties, he'll be coming here from Navajo County. So we also have September 21st, Secretary of State Town Hall regarding state ballot initiatives. As we had noted previously, the state ballot initiatives, I believe there are 13 that will be on the ballot. And it's important that we all educate ourselves as to what's on the ballot and what does a yes vote mean, what does a no vote mean for all of us going forward. And then September 23rd, a joint city-county meeting that is on a Monday, 4 p.m. Really looking forward to connecting with our county partners. As of right now, I think we'll be talking about the comprehensive plan, as well as a presentation from one of the water groups, which should be super interesting. We also have you'll see on the planning calendar, elections and ballot initiatives. Given timing and public comment requirements, et cetera, at the city of Flagstaff, it may be that we note that and don't get into significant detail associated with that elections, but rather just note the elections coming up November 5th, et cetera. So we'll continue to work with city staff, city manager's office on that. Take a breath here. Any questions?
Andy? I'm just really glad that we're, the county and the city are actually working and planning together, updating each other's. And so it's really nice, you know, to know what the county and the city are doing, and that helps us to watch out for one another and then also plan, like I said, and it's good. Together we're serving the whole county. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Begay. And frankly, we do still have some work to do. So for example, last week, the city park flag, et cetera, Downtown Business Alliance, they were painting all the poles in downtown, and our signs were missing on Monday morning when we had gotten here. And so it was kind of a what the heck moment for us. And so just noting Tom Hanachek, Facilities Director, did a great job in reaching out. And so just I hate to say little things, but things of those communication pieces matter. So we have work to do, and we'll continue to work with our partners. Okay. We have a ballot open house that is at the Flagstaff Aquaplex on September 26th. If I remember correctly, that's a Thursday evening. That will be City of Flagstaff. They are proposing a renewal of their bed, board, and booze tax, BB&B, as well as Mountain Line that is proposing a renewal of their Mountain Line transit tax. And then we, Coconino County, are not proposing a tax, but we are proposing or putting on the ballot an expenditure limitation override, Proposition 482. So that will give an opportunity to have an open house with our partner agencies. You'll hear more about the expenditure limitation this afternoon from us. We'll show you some of the communication, education materials we've been working on. Lucinda was actually able to find some materials from 2006 that brought back a lot of memories, and so we'll continue to work on those materials. And then we have the Condor release, National Park Service, September 28th. That's a Saturday, 10:45 a.m. Vermilion Cliffs National Monument. And I see Supervisor Fowler clapping. That is quite an event to witness the condors in that area. So we're very, again, Coconino County, one of the most beautiful county in the country.
And by the way, that's Public Lands Day. So this
Public
is
Lands
in honor of Public Lands Day. So
And then we're continuing to work our way. Essentially, what we're doing is just working up to the election on November 5th. Lindsay, anything worthy of note between, should I keep going?
I just wanted to make sure to note what we're looking at for the board retreat that week of Thanksgiving so that the supervisors are aware. We've talked about between the chair and vice chair, we had a Tuesday board meeting planned for that week of Thanksgiving, which is the week of November 25th. So the idea is to, instead of doing a Tuesday meeting that week, make it a Monday meeting and make the morning just for business consent items. So the board can get that done here in the board chamber room at about 9 and then take off for their board retreat at a different location for the rest of that day. And then that way, if there's any supervisors traveling that week, they can get out a little earlier and get on the road rather than wait until after the Tuesday board meeting. So if everybody wants to take a look at that and let us know if there's any concerns regarding that. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and plan for that. I did send a calendar outlook to your Outlook calendar to hold that day in addition to Tuesday until we got some direction on giving it a go to make that just a complete day of business and retreat. And we can then release the Tuesday for your calendar.
Thank you, Lindsay. That gets us to holiday season, if you will, in which we have several tree lightings, et cetera, on the agenda. Gregory.
Yeah, I was just going to point out that with the CSA Summit coming up, we've scheduled time on October 1st to go over proposals. And then in December, when I'm out of the office, looking at boards and commissions, as well as the LPC rep and alternate designations that the board makes. So just wanted to bring that forward, and then planning to come back in January to rediscuss those boards and commissions when the new board is seated. Thank you, Andy.
Thank you, Gregory. And we have the WIR meeting October 3rd through the 6th. And then, as Gregory had noted, the County Supervisors Association Legislative Conference in Pinal County, October 7th through the 9th. If I remember correctly, this year, that is at the beginning of the week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, which is a bit different from tradition. And so, also to note for those impacted by the Flagstaff Unified School District and other school districts, that is fall break week as well at the end of the week. So working our way up to the election on November 5th, a lot of activities, NAU Homecoming Parade, as well as the Western Navajo Fair. We're really looking forward to that. We always have an awesome presence there. And so we're looking forward to participating. Gregory.
Thank you, County Manager Bertelson. Just realizing that we didn't have the Transportation Summit on the planning calendar. We'll make sure to get that on there. I know Supervisor Vasquez will definitely be attending that, and that is October 18th and 19th this year in Prescott.
Thanks, Gregory. Again, a work in progress always. Up to the minute updates. Any questions, comments, observations? We are. That's a great thing.
Any questions, comments by the board? Supervisor Horstman, any comments?
None at this time. I'm other than what I indicated. Thank you. It's a busy calendar.
Okay, thank you.
Did I lose the audio from the room?
Yeah, I did not push the button. So Supervisor Fowler had asked about the holiday, and I had indicated the holidays, recognized holidays, are actually Thursday and Friday, November 28th and 29th. And we are, and so she, Supervisor Fowler said, are we meeting on the holiday? No, that is not the proposal is, but the proposal would be that we would meet on November 25th, that Monday for our retreat. So leading into those two
Yeah,
recommendations.
thank you. I guess without using with it, if you don't use the mic, I can't
Yeah.
hear it at all. So,
Yeah.
and I don't usually do this from afar, so but it is frustrating. Yes, I see that.
Okay. Anything else? Anything from Erica or Kim? No. Okay. So it's for board, board communications, but I think we'll just go ahead and break. We're going to be going into our lunch break, I think. And we got to be back by 1:15, right?
We're to be back about 1:15 time certain. We do have a Parks and Recreation item on the Frontier Area Master Plan, so we're looking forward to that. So we serve at your pleasure if you'd like to break or continue discussing. That's your decision.
Break. Okay. Okay. We're taking a break for lunch now. We'll be back in the boardroom at 1:15. Thank you.
Thanks. I'm on, comma, can you promote me to panelist or am I already there? Hello? So it looks like, did you see the you can check out the, oh, hi, you aren't Lulu. I ordered some shoes and I have these, got these. And, I'm on this meeting. I think if we left about 4:30. I mean, or 6:40 it starts. Take what did
Okay, the meeting is back on to order now, and it's okay, it's now 1:17 PM, and we are going to continue with our board agenda. At this time, we have discussion and action item number 25, consideration and possible action to approve the Frontier Property Master Plan map, implementation phases and implementation funding strategies, which involves department capital funds, future grants, and public-private partnerships. And Parks and Recreation Director Cynthia.
Good afternoon, Chair Begay, members of the board, Cynthia Nemeth, Parks and Recreation Director. Here this afternoon to talk to you once again, and hopefully for the last time, about the Frontier Master Plan. We've, as you've heard last week, we've gone through a rather extensive public comment period, and we've had several meetings with stakeholders. We shared with you last week this particular map, the phasing strategy that we have, and also an implementation strategy relative to funding specifically. I also had the opportunity to meet with several of you, some of you in my office as we huddled over the map, and a couple of you actually, we had the fortunate opportunity to actually get out in the field and see the property with the lens of this master plan. And so I'm here today to kind of conclude that process and have you consider my recommendation of approving the master plan for the Frontier property. Before we get into the technicality of your consideration and possible approval of it, just as a reminder, we went through, we landed on a phasing approach where we wrote a grant, and pending a cultural survey, the grant will be funded to the county, and we'll be able to begin with trail implementation, a ramada, and interpretive signage. Phase 2 would involve wildlife habitat and resource management enhancements, and also ensuring that the fencing is all around the property is wildlife friendly, and develop an additional wildlife viewing area near a pond that is right in the property, and you can see it in the map there at the top. I don't know if I can point to it with if you can see that right up there. Phase 2, if we were able to engage with a private partner, we would look at the development of a campground, whether that be a larger campground, which is this circular area here. It would require the development of this road, an additional road, which would then trigger an amendment to the conservation easement. So if that can't be obtained, then we would hope to find a private partner that would potentially develop a smaller campground, a higher end, however, to make it feasible for a business plan. That phase 3 would also then trigger some connector trails, some parking lot enhancements, and we would then also have someone on site that could manage and supervise day use and the rental of this outdoor classroom, or also ramada for small events. What we heard from our stakeholders is that they do envision events and gatherings, but on a small scale, no amplification, no lighting. So one thing triggers the other as we see it today. And so that is part of our master plan. In terms of funding, we heard loud and clear from this board, as well as some of our stakeholders, that they wanted to be very mindful of county expenditures and how not only would it impact our financial resources, but also our human resources, our staff, how much involvement staff would have to deploy in order to operate this property. So all that has been taken into consideration in this phased approach. And back to the funding, the majority of the funding would be leveraged with grants as well as public-private partnerships. So that's it in a nutshell. And once, and if this master plan is approved, we will provide to you and also post on our website a final report that takes all of this into consideration, an executive summary and a written report. So with that, my recommendation to this board is the approval of this master plan.
Thank you, Cynthia. Do we have any comments from the board?
If I may.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and thank you, Cynthia, and thank you for the very thorough review of the Frontier and Master Plan. I'm so disappointed my schedule didn't permit me to go out there in person, but I believe you've done a great job of really taking us through the phases and the implementation and the funding concerns that we, the board, have raised. I think it's an exciting way to use this beautiful property that's going to allow really a lot more public access than it's currently, as its current use is. And I really like the low impact development that you are really stressing on this. It is absolutely gorgeous property, very special place. And I'm glad we're going to maintain it as such. So thank you. Sorry, I'm losing my voice.
Thank you. And there's opportunity at any time, really, I'm happy to take you out there to see the property at any point in time.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Flower?
Thank you. Thank you, Cynthia, for this presentation. We have been we've been on this rough road since we agreed to take on the property. We've tried, and you have tried all kinds of activities there, events, arts program with NAU, just various stages. We had a caretaker there for a while, and then we have been, in the meantime, we've been buying up property around there, thanks to the just the initiative of open space and just the preserving land initiative and dark sky, and working with the military and observatory in that area. Thank goodness there was a rancher that was willing to work with us also in the region, and NAU forestry program. But we've been working with the whole region the whole time that we've had this property, thinking that we're going to actually come up with a program, then we're going to save those buildings, we're going to do all kinds of stuff with it, and it didn't happen. It just became I guess, just not able to save them, and just too much and too costly, which we just cannot do and not able to do, and then rebuild again. So, but I think, yeah, we've been patiently trying, and we've come to a point now where it's open space, and being able to have the public be able to still enjoy, which that's always been the mission, is to have the public be able to enjoy the area. Now we have a plan that I think really sustains the property, and being able to really come to a vision that's always been there. It's always been there, and we've been striving to get there in various ways. So thank you. And I think this is the plan we have, and I think it makes sense, that we've tried everything else up to this point, and we just are not able to do it. So thank you for the summary again, just how the phases, how we're going to be able to accomplish this particular master plan. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, I guess considering I was one that went on the tour, I should probably make some comments. The maps don't do justice to that area. It was really impressive, and I can't wait to see the new campground and new areas that provide recreation for our community. It'll add something that is currently not available in that area, which is really special. While we were out there, we saw probably about 75 elk, and just all the different animals that we saw, the birds and the flowers. It was really cool to access, and we as county, we have access to that property, but right now the public doesn't, and so this will be a way to provide that public access, which is so crucial to maintaining that animal corridor, that wildlife corridor, but also just making sure that we provide those recreation opportunities to our community. So thank you for all your hard work to put together this plan.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. Supervisor Hess?
I really like the phased approach to this. I think it's very thorough and thought out. And I think that tied in with the Rogers Lake Trail is going to be just an epic journey that I think a lot of people are going to start coming up here specifically to enjoy. And I think that's something that brings me some satisfaction, knowing that people can go out there and observe all that. And just like Supervisor Vasquez said, it is epic. And I got to see it a while ago, when even before the master plan started, and that view alone from the Ramada that we're going to build is worth the trip. And it's an amazing spot. I really look forward to people coming up and experiencing that, because it is an experience. So I really like it. And I think it's very thorough and thought out, and there's a lot that you put behind it, and your staff. So, and everybody else that worked on this, it's going to be amazing. And I really look forward to seeing it at every phase. So pretty exciting. Thanks.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess. I also took that trip yesterday. So it was really, really nice. I really appreciate all the work that's been put into it. And certainly there's going to be more improvements and more fundings to be solicited. And the phase and approach is really something that you're looking at is great. I just want to say thank you for all the work that everybody that has put into this. It's out there, open space, and for the public to take advantage of. So thank you so much. Okay, at this time, I would like to ask for a motion.
Yes, it's in my district, so I would like to make the motion.
Motion made by Supervisor Hess,
Second.
second by Supervisor Vasquez. All in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much,
Yeah,
Cynthia.
I want to thank you, supervisors, all of you. Thank you very much for your support of this. I want to thank our Parks and Recreation Commission, all the stakeholders who
Yes.
came out and took time out of their day to participate in sharing their thoughts. Our staff, and of course, my partner in all of this, our consultant, Peter Burkois, who took us down this impressive journey and got us to where we are today. So thank you to all of you.
Welcome. Next item on the agenda is an update. Update and discussion regarding flood control district projects and financial status, including project updates related to salt pipeline, long-term flood mitigation. The Flood Control District's Forest Restoration Director, Jay Smith, will provide an update on forest restoration efforts. Now I'll turn the floor over to Lucinda.
So we're actually supposed to be time certain at 1:45. Cynthia was very efficient. We have a number of other folks that are joining us, both from the community and our team. And then Jay's just walking in right now. What if we could start in about 10? Would that be okay? I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, we'll again go ahead and come back at 1:40.
There's also
thank
the
you.
ability to do roundtable.
Or if, yeah, if you want to start something else, that's fine too, yeah.
Okay, okay, we're gonna go ahead and just not take a break. We just came back from lunch break and 15 minutes later, we're going on another break. But anyway, we're gonna go back to board, board communication. Okay, District 1.
I'm sorry, so we're going to go back to
Yeah, roundtable.
round table. Well, I know we round table for a while. I'm going to keep this short and sweet because I know we've all been extremely busy. First and foremost, I just want to say I've been doing some outreaches with our senior centers and providing board of supervisor highlights with them, and met with the Joe Montoya Senior Center and also the Peaks, and was really able to talk to them about a lot of, and they were so appreciative, and quite frankly, we're not aware of all the wonderful things that we as the Board of Supervisors have been doing here the last few months. So that was a highlight for me. I also, with Supervisor Vasquez and others, were able to sponsor the Flag Shakes play. Unfortunately, other events carried against me. I didn't get to see it, but I understand that the seniors from the Joe Montoya Senior Center were able to go up there and really enjoy that like they did last year, and really pleased to be able to sponsor that and for our community. Me. Also, I'm gonna stop because I've got some bad internet. Can you hear me?
You're breaking up.
Can you hear me?
We can hear
All
you
right.
now.
Is it better now?
Yeah.
Okay, good. I just turned off the video. Sorry about that. Anyway, Water Symposium was put together by the Chamber of Flagstaff Chamber of Commerce. It was absolutely excellent. It included folks from our state legislature and Kyle Center for the Water Policy, ASU, and Center for Future of Arizona, various conservation groups, various groundwater future advocates, and groundwater management, I should say, future advocates. And it was really an excellent opportunity to meet with some of the leaders here on the water issues here in Arizona. Also, I want to make a special shout out and thanks to the Arizona Community Foundation of Flagstaff. As you know, Coconino County, especially through our Superintendent of Public Instruction, received a number of grant awards, partnering with us and serve our community foundation for all of their commitment to Coconino County and their grant awards. Really appreciate that. And then I was able to join the boards and our flood control district for staff.
Supervisor Horseman.
All of us, and now it's not working so well. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now.
Can all right, I apologize. It was working great, and all of a sudden I'm having problems here this afternoon. Anyway, Senator Brasso's staff with here, we were able to highlight the Fry accomplishments and featuring our Upper Rio Forest restoration efforts. Am I there, or am I frozen?
You're good.
Judy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, good. And I am going to, with that, I'm just going to end it because I think everything else I was involved in, many of you were. With one thing, I did go to Tucson to celebrate the Red Feather Lodge's 60th anniversary party with the the mayor of Tucson and her family, the Thurston family, who started the Red Feather Lodge 60 years ago. And it was a great celebration, and congratulations to her and her family. Job well done up there in Tucson. So with that, the other events, I know a lot of my colleagues have also participated in. So because I'm seemingly having problems.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So roundtable, it's been a minute since we've discussed roundtable, and I was looking back at my notes, and I have stuff all the way from June, but I'm not going to go that far back. I'll stick to just August. So one of the first things that happened in August that I had the opportunity to attend was the North Country Healthcare CEO Town Hall celebrating National Health Center Week, and that was really cool because I got to learn about reproductive health provided by North Country Healthcare, and also the victim witness program where they do examinations for women of sexual violence. And so that was really interesting and cool to learn about. On a personal note, I really enjoyed it because I served 9 years on the board of directors in North Country, and so it was really cool to come back to a place where I spent so much time and worked with. So good, big shout out to North Country and all the great work they're doing in Northern Arizona. The next was in August 10th was the Nuestros Raíces Tarriada, which was a celebration that we helped sponsor that was held at Our Lady of Guadalupe Church. It's the one time a year that the Latino community in Flagstaff, the old time community, has access to that church for a mass on Sunday. And the Saturday before, they do a big festival. So we were there all day, and it was a lot of fun, and the rain didn't put too much damper on the celebration. So that was cool. And so then the other big event that I was able to go to was the Navajo Code Talker event with the former President Peter McDonald. We spoke a little bit about that when we did the resolution, but it was a great experience, and it was really cool to listen to his stories. And I hope that when I'm in my 90s, I can be as articulate as he was, because it was pretty impressive. Let's see. The other thing that was fun to do was a couple weeks ago, I went with Supervisor Horseman to the Tinkertopia sixth annual birthday. And that was a lot of fun, and it was really impressive to see how much they've grown over the last several years. When they first moved into the 4th Street site, about 5 years ago, I met with them as a representative of Killip to talk about how we could collaborate with our after-school programs, and it was nowhere near the size that I saw on that Saturday. So it was really, really cool to see how they've grown and evolved, and how they continue to service our community and provide STEM opportunities for our children. Let's see, I'm trying to keep this short and sweet. I did have the opportunity to present to the State Board of Transportation for improvements on Butler between Milton and Sawmill Road. These improvements include pedestrian improvements and biking improvements, and the money was approved that day. So there should be in the upcoming months some beginning construction to help alleviate some of the congestion and to make Butler Avenue between Milton and Sawmill Road much safer for our pedestrian and bicycle traffic. And then the other two things that I want to mention is, one, the tour of the Frontieri property. Had a great time going and checking out the space and visualizing what that campground will look like and what that space will look like once it's open to the public. And quite frankly, I can't wait, because it's going to be very special. And then, of course, the event that all of us attended on Friday, the renaming for the Matt Ryan Natural Area Preserve. And that was really cool and really special. And it was a great honor to be able to participate with it. So with that said, I think I'll leave it at that and pass it on to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Hess?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been lucky the last roundtable I've got to go with some of the other supervisors to a lot of these things. So I won't belittle all of them. But the highlights, I really got the chance to go to 2 of the communities that I've really been wanting to get to. One was the Parks PAC meeting. That was amazing. They really have a lot of community ideas going on, some bingo nights, some a bake sale, other things that are going to raise money for the community and really push back to the community. And they've got a great working relationship with their board out there. The other one I went to the farthest reaches of our county and went to Forest Lakes, and I got to go to their fire district meeting and their owners association. And they're great people out there. They really are appreciative of how much the county does push to them. They sometimes have that forgotten child kind of syndrome, but we got out there. They liked us. I'm going to go back next month and really show them that we have a staked interest in having them being taken care of, their roads, their sheriff, everything's going on there. So we've got some interesting things in the pipeline for that. Also got to go to the Arizona Community Foundation where they were awarding the grants that they've been working on all year. That was really amazing. I think it was 1.5. Is that what it was, Kim? $1.5 million that they raised and gave to over 50 nonprofit. So it was really, really awesome to see that and how appreciative everybody was. Then on the flip side, I went to NAU campus last week when they were opening, and I really got to help with ASNAU trying to push to get these kids to register locally so they can be involved with our community. And then also inform them that we are having a need and that we're also paying for people to work at the polls. So that's one of the really cool things is it's not just a poll worker. We need people to help pack, we need help people unload, some people to work in the voters headquarters and then make sure, hey, you can also get out there and help in your community and actually count the votes and move those polls. So those two things went really great. The amount of atmosphere and energy that was on NAU campus, as it always is the first week, is amazing. And then to be able to talk to them about this year in particular, voting year, was pretty breathtaking. I got to talk to a couple of parents and a lot of the freshmen, and everyone's excited. One of the big things I got to do, the rapid response and hiring event out in Belmont, that was really good to see that our county came together with other communities and really make sure that we had some job opportunities, information, and then making sure if they need to, because of that business going out of business, to make sure they had the opportunity to get unemployment if they need it or anything else. Last but not least, one of the things that I really got to be proud of is the Military Order of the Purple Heart. They just put a memorial at the Veterans Cemetery, and I was involved with that. Just got to kind of be in the background and watch that happen and see all the veterans come together and really see that we are a community of veterans up here. So for me, that gives back a lot to my community. So with that, that's all I've got. I really appreciate it, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess. Lucinda, you can go ahead and do your presentation. Thanks.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Lucinda Andrani. Thank you for the opportunity. I guess it's Board of Supervisors that actually should they go in as Board of Directors, actually, I think. Yeah, I think it would be good. We may have not added that to the agenda there, Chair, but probably should resolve as the district. Okay. Flood control district.
May I have a motion to resolve as a flood district directors?
So moved.
Yes.
Second.
Motion made by Supervisor Vice Vasquez and second by Supervisor Hess. All in favor say aye.
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 Motion carries. Go ahead.
All right, well, good afternoon, directors. As you know, I'm Lucinda Andriani. I serve as the Flood Control District Administrator and Deputy County Manager. Pleased to be here this afternoon. I think it's been a bit of a time since we've given you a more formal update. Certainly, I want to thank you again for taking the time this summer to take a tour of the pipeline flood area and get out and see the incredible work that was underway earlier this summer, which I'll say has performed really well. We haven't had a lot of events. In fact, I haven't looked at the numbers more recently, but I know probably a few weeks ago we were still actually even below the rainfall out there from last year. But in the last 2 weeks, we've had a number of pretty good size events, not real large events, but good size events. And the mitigation that has been constructed to date has just performed, as designed exceptionally well. Particularly what you saw the storm drain system with the 3-pipe system in Copeland flood corridor, and that's really worked really well. No water has come off the forest into the neighborhood, so that's what we want. So excited to share that. So today we're going to go through an update over the Schultz pipeline flood mitigation. Sean will provide a financial update, and then we also are going to provide an update on Tucson, and then gotta figure out here.
Lucinda, when you move away, I cannot hear you from the mic.
Okay, I'm trying to adapt okay, well, that covers it. We're going to do a Schultz pipeline update and a forest restoration update as well. So Jay will be on in a little bit as well. So we've got a very sensitive laptop. Keep my hands away from it. So as you all know, we've accomplished a tremendous amount of work over the last about a year and a half now from the time that we actually received the funding. We have completed about $69 million worth of investment. The interesting thing is that in front of you, you've got the investment map that shows how much has been invested in the various projects. And you may, or you probably won't recall because it's been a while, a lot of those numbers were based on the guaranteed maximum price for those individual projects. And in fact, the costs have come in less than those project costs. And as a result, I think at one point we were estimating costs at about $75 million. This is for the on-forest and off-forest work. And we're actually at about $69 million. So that's a real tribute to two things. One, the team and the close working relationship between Civil Tech Engineering and the engineering team in general, and with Tiffany Construction, and then Tiffany Construction's ability to exercise so much efficiency and the cooperation of the neighborhood. The Copeland neighborhood in particular, an area, really cooperated with us and provided a lot of flexibility in constructing that storm drain system, and that really allowed them to expedite the project. So, which was wonderful, and it was completed before the monsoon season, which was our goal. You can see overall here are the numbers in terms of what we've accomplished to date on completion of 7 of the 9 impacted watersheds. We'll talk about the 2 remaining here in just a minute. Here's the details in terms of what has been completed. This is in Copeland Flood Corridor. This is the on-forest that 40-acre fan up at the top there. I know you've seen that if nothing else from the roadway, and some of you have been up there. It's performing really well and really starting to recover. But that on-forest measures once again are the game changer there, having a tremendous impact. Neighborhood, as you know, you saw that. Here's a photograph of one of the events where you can see the water flowing off forest into the storm drain inlet, the 10-foot pipe. And again, very successful effort. We had a succession of rainfall events out there, and it frankly got saturated enough that we actually are seeing some runoff. What I'd like to do at this point is I'd like to introduce Chris McGarry. We had a really, really wonderful, sweet thing take place last week. Chris and his wife, Erin, reached out to Tiffany Construction and said that they wanted to do a thank you event, an appreciation event for the construction crews that had worked so diligently on the Copeland flood mitigation project, and how much they appreciated how closely they had worked with them and so forth. So, and there was a gathering of a set of neighbors from the neighborhood, and that put on a barbecue and did a whole potluck lunch for the crews and for the engineers, and invited the flood control district team as well, and the county team as well. And so I invited Chris to come today to make a few comments, and I think it's really important that you get an opportunity to hear. And it was a really, frankly, a very moving event. A lot of appreciation expressed by the neighbors, and our appreciation back to them for the cooperation that they had shown prior to and during the project. It's been tremendously successful. So, Chris, thank you for being here.
Appreciate the opportunity to speak to you today. This is a handout that we gave out to the people who were able to attend. So our community came together. So this is the Copeland Corridor community. And we were very, very grateful for having our homes and properties and lives and animals protected. And we were not only, oh, thank you. So we were very, very, very grateful for all the work that's been done. And so we threw a barbecue. We have become friends with a large amount of the team. Lucinda now knows a lot of the people very well. And this is a big change. As you can imagine, after the initial flooding, there was a lot of tension in the community and a lot of, not frustration, but just concern about what was going to happen. And here we are, just a very short time later, and the mitigation in our corridor is done. So a lot of us came together to give thanks to all the people who were contributed. One of the things that we were not able to do was, because we had to do this on short notice because of some of the things around Tiffany's team and how they're working, and we want to make sure that we were able to feed the boots on the ground, as it were. But we were originally hoping that we would have enough lead time to invite you guys and the statewide leadership that helped also usher this through, because obviously a lot of these dollars have a federal origin, and those had to be requested. And as a citizen, I'm not real privy to all the complexity of that. I know it is significant work, though, to get that done. Part of the reason why we're grateful is that we know that projects of this size are very hard to accomplish in a timely manner. It is very easy to go through the motions of trying to get things done, and things don't actually happen. And so when you have someone, and I'll start with Lucinda, because she's kind of the person that I've seen take point in terms of my interaction with the county team. So Lucinda has a very difficult job of dealing with people who have deep concerns, who don't always want to sign off on the easements. And that's just on the citizen side. And because I went to all the community meetings, and there were some tensions there early on, but things have gotten smoother and smoother over time. The plan was laid out, it was communicated. And so, I think that a lot of us appreciate what Lucinda has done as kind of the representation of the entire team, and kind of the key responsible person. But we've also appreciated a lot of others that contributed to that team. So I think that if you just look at it kind of in order, so obviously natural channel design, engineering, we don't interact with them too much because they're not in our community. But obviously civil tech engineering, which was in our community, and specifically Chris Duza, he came through and talked to all the property owners that were in fact impacted by easements and things, and walked people through. So I want to say that level of communication made a huge difference for our community in terms of getting buy-in and allaying fears, because my wife ends up my wife has acted as kind of a communication clearinghouse within the community to surface concerns before they get bigger. And because of that role, we've seen a lot of concerns. We've seen a lot of them relieved. And that really comes down to the communication the whole team has had. So Chris Duza at Civil Tech, Mike Garrison, who's kind of the foreman for Tiffany on our project, in the community a lot, bringing some of his team members who have been around for a while. I want to also just note that the Tiffany team as a whole was fantastic. These things could go badly, right? Whenever you have a lot of trucks going through the community, obviously we're in an area with a lot of winds, there's a lot of dust, but we had a lot of water trucks keeping things down. It was better than most years for dust, actually, because of that, with water trucks. Anyways, it was great to have a chance to thank everyone, and I thank you guys for your role in supervising things and giving Lucinda the support that she needed to be awesome, and then just the whole team through. So thank you very much, and I'm gonna leave this for you guys to pass around. It just basically acknowledgement that sometimes we recognize that first responders as heroes, and those were the firefighters that fought the fires that caused the flooding. But there are other heroes that get the work done over a much longer period of time and keep showing up day after day after day, month after month after month, and work through until it's done. So I'm going to hand this over to Geronimo because he's my.
Thank you, Chris. And it might be a really nice gesture to read parts of that. It's really touching that that was actually prepared by a resident and really captures the theme of it takes a set of people to get anything done. So we'll get copies of that for you as well. So it was very sweet and really touched, I think, the whole team that was there, even the guys in the boots, huh, Mike? Yeah. So again, really sweet event and they pulled that off very quickly. And, the intent is once we're done, we're going to do a big celebration, with the entire community. So there'll be that opportunity. And then, so now moving forward, and I mentioned this earlier when, okay. So some of the other things that we've accomplished have been improvements to Girls Ranch Road berm to increase its long-term function and adapt to some of the changes that we've done upstream. So additional work there done. That's on Forest. That's, as you well know, most of you know where Girls Ranch Road berm is. That's the water, what directs that water from the northern watershed down to Cinder Lakes. And then we also did part of the completion of the work at the Western Copeland detention basins so that they could accept the water from both Copeland and ultimately Peaceful Way flood area. And then upcoming, well, I'm really excited to share that we are moving full steam ahead with the Peaceful Way watershed or forest restoration effort. We, as you know, from conversations that we've had, both in board meetings and executive sessions. We had some challenges out there with securing property right, and that has been resolved. We don't actually have the signature yet, but I have a commitment from their attorneys, and we are moving ahead with that project. I've provided the notice to proceed for Tiffany to proceed with purchasing. We've purchased the steel, but to have that steel now coiled and then fabricated into storm drain pipe, as well as for beginning the utility relocations and the on-forest work. And so what's remaining there is we have an additional fan restoration that will take place. You can see the 11.3 acres. We've got an additional set of significant channel stabilization in that area as well. And then that final phase will also include, of course, construction of the terminal trench in the transition channel from the trench to the storm drain inlet. So that is super exciting. And I feel pretty confident that without major issues with weather or getting materials or something of that nature, that we will have this done before next monsoon season, right, Mike? And so this is really, really exciting. And of course, we've been at 100% plans actually for some time, and that will include, as I mentioned this morning, this overflow swale channel for the northern section that has been really devastated by flooding. We've had, as we've termed it, the mini Grand Canyon. And as you approved this morning, thankfully, receiving that congressionally directed funding so that we can move ahead both with, I'll say, the main project, the storm drain system and the overflow swale, as well as working with a set of individual property owners there to make sure that their homes are mitigated sufficiently. So again, we're moving hope, and the goal will be to start construction soon, very soon. So we will, it probably won't be until mid or late fall that we're looking at starting pipe construction, but in terms of, there's a lot of other work that can begin sooner than that. And with that, I would like to bring up Sparrow Adson. Sparrow is a resident in this area. In fact, she's in the area of what we call the mini Grand Canyon. You heard this morning from Faith Skinner, who was here as well to speak to the congressionally directed spending for the integrated mitigation areas. But Sparrow also wanted to come share what some of their experience has been and provide her input as well. So thank you, Sparrow, for joining us.
Can everybody hear me? How about now? Is this better? How about now? Better? I can get closer. Okay, my name is Sparrow Adson. Thank you again for the invite, Lucinda and supervisors. Yes, the mini Grand Canyon. My family and I were property owners about 4 lots uphill from the mini Grand Canyon, I believe. And so quite familiar. We have 2 natural washes going through our property. They both converge several properties downhill into the mini Grand Canyon. So we're very familiar with that. This is the first I've heard that the Peaceful Way mitigation plans are sounding like they're moving forward. I'm very pleased for my property, the properties right around us, but I'm especially pleased for everybody downhill from us. I'm not even going on my script, by the way, but I think I wanted to share with you all that when the fires first happened 2 years ago, I remember the first fire, and it was about 60 days later, and the U.S. Forest Service, the Flood Control District, the county, and all partners had just finished the burn area report. And I remember reading the report thinking, okay, we're going to be okay. Everybody's going to be okay. And then the second fire happened, which really did burn the soil. So anyhow, back to the mini Grand Canyon. I really just wanted to share with everybody that you know, each flood season since the 2022 fires has every time it rains and it floods, things are shifting in the washes. They're shifting on our property. They shift downhill. It's a little scary because you don't know what water's going to do. I'm certainly not a you know, hydrologist or an engineer, and you know, it's hard to understand and even know. But I will say that we had at the end of the summer 2022, about mid-September, we had like the biggest event that first monsoon after the fires. And throughout that summer, the rains had been digging everything deeper, 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 deeper. And then that September event filled it all in. And which from our houses on down, everybody was worse impacted. We saw worse impacts than we'd ever seen before on our property. The one right down from us had floodwaters spanned out 40, 50 feet on both sides of their house. It was really scary. So to try to wrap this up, I just want to really say thank you to Lucinda and the Flood Control District, Tiffany, everybody. I know I'm not going to be able to remember or list everybody, but everybody's just been really helpful, communicative. I've had wonderful experiences the last 2 years with everybody who's been in contact with me. My family and I, we're willing to work. We've been willing to work. You know, whatever was recommended, we were happy to do, not just for ourselves, but everybody below us was worse off. So I'm just happy that this is happening. And we are, let's see, officially we are, across our property is the, what's it called? The overflow swale. So we will be already have been working and looking and approving all those plans, and are excited to have that happen. And let's see if there's anything else. I think that's all, but I do want to give thanks to everybody. It's been a great experience, and I absolutely loved hearing the story about our neighbors in Copeland and the end result of, you know, people are talking and people are in a positive frame of mind. That is a really good sign. These are stressful experiences, so to have that be the end result is a fantastic thing to hear. Thank you for sharing that, Chris. Thank you again for letting me be here.
Thank you, Sparrow. And I think it's important, you know, we get comments out in the area and we get emails and we get texts, and it's really important that you hear this information too, how appreciative people are of what we're doing. And as I shared at the event last week, you know, the board is the leadership of this team, and that your steadfast support for this work and working diligently with our congressional members to get the funding. Every piece of it has to happen. So really appreciate her coming today and Faith coming this morning. I think it's really important that you get an opportunity to hear that. And as she mentioned, we're really excited about moving ahead. And this is a little bit more in terms of additional work. As I've mentioned, we've got, you know, more work to do with Peaceful Way now underway. The last remaining corridor that to focus on is Government Tank. And we know that's, as I always call it, the big kahuna. It's really challenging, but we're really starting to make some good progress there. I'm hopeful that we come back next month and give you an update and being able to say that, you know, we're able to really move forward. We're working now in terms of easements and continuing to work on some of the land rights there. And I'm very encouraged that things are going to move forward there as well. So you can see we've completed 60% engineering off forest, and we're nearing 90% on forest. The last section of work to do from government, the actual government tank itself down to the neighborhood, is a significant amount of work, but a lot of work going in right now. This is a really challenging design situation and engineering dynamic. So the engineers are working a lot of side meetings and other things going on. Good discussions going on with Johnson Ranch HOA, and again, hopeful to report some movement forward there in the near term here. And then, of course, Government Tank is also involved with the Protect Grant, which we'll touch on as well. And the plans for the crossing there and the work that has to be done within the ADOT right-of-way will be paid for by, at least the roadwork related elements will be paid for by the Protect Grant, and those plans are nearing 60%. Overall, the Protect Grant is about a little over 19 million. As you'll recall, we were successful in securing the match for that grant through the Arizona Transportation Board and the AZ Smart Grant. And then the feds are providing, Federal Department of Transportation, just over 15 million. So big chunk of that will be spent at the Copeland Detention Facility to expand that facility, to again provide mitigation downstream all the way through to a better mitigation all the way down through to Donny Park, and of course the highway, which is of particular importance. And we're planning to do an update communication with all the entities that provided letters. You know, we got a letter from the Navajo Nation Tribal Chairman, the Hopi Tribal Chairman. We got a number of, lot of support for that project. And we'll be doing routine updates with them as we move through that project. One thing that I wanted to share relative to this fall is we have, working with Greg and Keith, we have extended invitations to Secretary Buttigieg from Department of Transportation and Secretary of Agriculture, Secretary Vilsack, to come out and see the success that's being created by the investments that both U.S. Department of Agriculture and Department of Transportation are making and will continue to be making. So we know, of course, this is a very active year, political year, and we're hopeful that we may be able to piggyback on some other opportunities if they're coming to Arizona. I also know Jay shared today that the Nature Conservancy is also in conversation with Secretary Vilsack. So we're hopeful we'll be able to have a celebration and an event to really recognize the level of investment that the federal government has made in this area, not only in flood mitigation, but also forest restoration and other projects. The Downtown Transit Center is another one that's being funded through Department of Transportation. And so very significant investments. The other thing I wanted to share is that I'm going to DC the last week of September, and I've got going back explicitly been invited to present at a conference, but I'm also going to be doing some Hill visits and agency visits as well to follow up with everyone. And we've also understand that the chief of the Natural Resources Conservation Service may well be coming out this fall as well to Arizona for a trip. So we're working with Tom O'Halloran, that's working with NRCS now, as well as with Bob and Anna, to see if we can get him up here to be a part of some, to do a celebration with them, given their significant investment. I think that's it. And then we handed out, the overall investment map. You have that. I think this is the one you have in front of you is a bit more updated than this one. And you can see it was a little less money, but you can see those investments that have been made across the flood area really substantial. I'm going to turn it over to Sean, but before I do that, we have a number of the flood team members with us here today. First, I want to recognize Herb Tiffany is here with Tiffany Construction, owner of Tiffany Construction. And, you know, as Chris shared, there is no better for doing this work. Mike is out. Mike and Mike is the superintendent of the project overall and managing an unbelievable number of details, but he also is out working with the community along with his foremen that are managing each project, that are working very closely with those individual property owners, because you put this size of equipment and stuff on people's property, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. Most of these people have children, they have pets, they have livestock, that have to be managed and be conscious of. And a lot of compliments last week about really taking care of people. And Mike Garrison, you all know Mike, and if it weren't for Mike and those boots on the ground and the people out there doing the work, none of this would have happened, right? We can all do all the pre-work, but when the day comes, and they do it so well, and they do it respectfully of people's property, which is huge. So, and then to the right of Herb is Joe Leverage with Jay Fuller, continuing to do all of our modeling and a lot of other things related to these projects. Then coming to the next row here, Chris Duza, which is the principal engineer for the off-forest measures and all the corridors. And is just a phenomenal engineer. And in addition to that, can communicate with people, which is huge. Chris has really pretty much single-handedly, I don't think, I've only had to get involved in a couple, frankly, of the securing the easements this time, because Chris is so good at working with people. He and Mike, and they go out and meet and talk about specifically what's going to happen on people's property. And is that Desmond? No, it's Nick. Yeah, there's Nick. And that's Chris's son, Nick, Nick Duza, who also did all the modeling for the big pipe and has been doing a tremendous job. So, to have people of this expertise is we're very fortunate. Julie Leeds facilitates all our meetings and wrangles the engineers and keeps everything moving forward and really providing a lot of project management support. So, and then I think that's it. And then of course, the flood control district team, Sean has done a fabulous job with the communications, developing a lot of relationships out in the community. And then Sean Pioma managing all the financials, which he will stand up and provide. And then we'll, of course, give Jay an opportunity to talk about forest restoration as well. So with that, I will turn it over to Sean, unless there's any immediate questions relative to what I shared.
If I may, Chair.
Supervisor Horstman?
Yes, and before we move on to Sean, first and foremost, I want to thank all of the partners that are there. Didn't get to see you. Maybe it's a good idea to come up at some point just so that the folks online could see everybody. And really thank you for all the great job you've done, and Lucinda and your team at Flood Control District. Just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, what the county's been able to accomplish with the help of our partners, Flood Control District, our management, really, it was kind of all hands on deck response. And just so pleased to hear about the great work that's happened with the mini Grand Canyon. And of course, Peaceful Way, so happy to hear that the easements are moving forward and the work at Government Tank is moving forward. Such an incredible job that's been done by all. And so happy to hear about Copeland. And sounds like the Appreciative Barbecue. And just, it's always nice when we work so hard and it gets seen and appreciated by those that we're working so hard for. So that was really nice. And before we leave here, I also want to put a special shout out and thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. During the emergency itself, both with the fires and the floods, as well as the follow-up mitigation, I know that he was so involved out there with community meetings and, quite frankly, going door to door on doing what he could to assist, even picking up a shovel and doing what he could to get some of the mud out of there. And I know sometimes the work that we get, that my colleagues, myself do, are somewhat behind the scenes. And so I was able to see firsthand a lot of the work he did. And I know that the folks out there in that area certainly benefited from all of his hard work, advocacy back in DC, and quite frankly, the communication he did. So a special shout out in this time of celebration and celebrating the great work that's been done. A special shout out to our colleague Supervisor Vasquez on this. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Horstman. Supervisor Fowler?
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for your testimonials. It's really good to hear how it has impact personal and family life, right, to our pets and to our neighborhoods. I am very happy that our county has really invested in the flood district. When prior to the Schultz fire, we were really looking at the whole county. That's where we were. We were looking at Tucson, we were looking at Mudds Park, we're looking at the whole county as to how we had priority projects all lined up. And then the Schultz fire happens. And everything, the whole shift, everything, all resources went into one neighborhood, one community. And the investments that have been put into that since 2010 is tremendous. This is just a glimpse of what we've gone through. I remember Supervisor Archuleta, Supervisor Mandy Metzger, we were out there. And the investment and the expertise that had to be brought in because we didn't have it on staff. We have to be very, very thankful to be able to produce a document like this. I'm the chair of the National Counties Association Rural Counties. There are over 2,000 rural counties that are members. Most of we just had a meeting with FEMA, and the number one issue with disasters is the lack of staff, the lack of being able to have an expertise on staff. After a disaster, and the other issue is because of that, after an event happens, you have all these documents you have to file, and they don't have the expertise to do it, so they miss out. So I'm happy to hear from the families about this, the neighborhood about this, because what we see at our national level is most counties can't do this. I just want to bring us to light as to where we are. We're very fortunate. The flood district was established in 1984, I believe. And it was established to address all possible flood areas in the county. But the fires started, and we had to hire Jay for the forest restoration. Art Babbitt, Supervisor Babbitt at the time, really pounded away on that. And we were able to bring on Jay, but the forest restoration had to be put on hold so that we can address this area here. So now, we're maneuvering, and all investments, all the dollars in flood district is going to this particular area, and that's it. We don't have dollars to go anywhere else. Yet we have Williams, we're picking that back up. If that fire happens there, it's gonna go right into Williams. And that is very expensive because it uses helicopter. We've got to get to that point. And we're now completing Peaceful Way, and the communities that are resisting out there, the families need to understand how fortunate we are that we have the expertise, and the Board of Supervisors and the managers, the leadership of Coconino County said, let's address this neighborhood. We could have easily said, and I've been at this point where I say, why are we putting all that money into one community? But we moved on, and we're at the point where we're really addressing this area, and really happy to see that we're hopefully all these mitigations we're doing, all the projects, hopefully it won't get blown out like the Schultz Fire projects did.
Well, they did, but they didn't.
But they didn't, yeah,
we were really fortunate.
we
We had
did.
some mitigation in place, or it would have
Exactly.
been much worse disaster.
Thank you for
Yeah.
correcting me.
Yeah.
Yes, that's absolutely true. We've walked up and down these places, right up to the woods, all
Mhm.
along the pipeline. We really are familiar with the area. So I just want to just bring to light how fortunate we are in the country. So our priority, one of the priorities that we identified, two priorities with our rural caucus that we brought to the table from our county, since I'm the chair. That means it's our county that is FEMA. They have five, this is their fifth version of rewrite of the FEMA documents. It doesn't mean that it supersedes all these other documents. No, you still have to go back and forth, and that's where it's so complex. That's one of them. The other one is home insurance. That's the other one that we decided we're gonna tackle. So just talking about this here, and we found that out during the first Schultz fire. We really had to go to DC and advocate for that. So we're still at that stage. So anyway, I just want to bring that up, and I just want to just appreciate the community for coming and telling us what they have gone through. Yes, it's very difficult, but on our side also, from the county's side, we have gotten to a point where Lucinda is able to serve on committees at the DC level, as well as Jay, and being able to provide presentation and deliver the message as to how you can mitigate and develop a program like we have. So anyway, I just want to just bring that up and just thank everyone for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lucinda. Thank you for all this, your staff that's doing the work. And Jay, we've got to get back to that restoration projects. Yeah.
The good thing is, for every dollar that we've expended, we've brought in $10 of federal funds.
Exactly.
So frankly, that's really, to date, been able to protect the forest restoration. He'll give an update of where we're headed.
Yeah.
Yeah, you bet.
Oh, yeah, that's great.
Come on up. Come on up, folks. Come on.
And maybe show the camera. Show them on the camera. Oh, okay.
Julie Lead, Peak Engineering.
Oh, it's not, you're not on the
Joe
camera.
Lovrich, J.E. Fuller.
Oh, okay, hold on.
Wait.
You're not on the camera.
There you go.
Still, Julie Lead, Peak Engineering.
Okay, I'm on camera.
Now
Lovrich,
you're
J.E.
looking good now. I see you.
Chris Duza, Civil Tech Engineering.
Nick Duza, Civil Tech Engineering.
Mike Garrison, Tiffany Construction. Or Tiffany Construction.
Thank you guys for doing that. Really great to see your faces, and thanks again.
Thank you. Supervisor Vasquez?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for all of you that stood up, and it's really great to see all of you. Thank you for all your hard work. We've come a long way in 2 years. I remember sitting in some of those community meetings and they were a little contentious, and we were sitting there like, how are we going to get this done? And you've exceeded all expectations. So thank you for your hard work. Took a team effort, and all of you rose up to the challenge, and we wouldn't be here talking about all this great stuff that's been accomplished without your hard work. So thank you. And to the community members, thank you for your patience. I know it's been a hard road. It's very gratifying to see the results and to know that we're so close to finishing the mitigations. We're almost there, so please continue to be patient, but just know that you have great people working on it, and we'll be done soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Vasquez. Supervisor Horseman?
Yes, hi. And I guess I had an opportunity to talk a little bit before. And again, thank you for the community members. Thank you, community members, for your patience. Thank you for your trust in the county, and to our partners and the flood control district. You know, you just have been doing what you needed to do to get the job done. It doesn't matter how long it took, how many Sundays and Saturdays you were working. You really did a great job. And I want to thank you again for everything you have done. And onward, let's finish the project. And looking forward to showing it and showing off this wonderful work that took such a large community to accomplish. And I hope we can get some folks from the federal government to come out and see what their $100 million has purchased for our community and the safety and welfare of these communities. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Supervisor Horseman. Supervisor Hess, do you have anything to say?
Yes, thank you. I'll just go quick. Again, thank you. They had to drag me away from, I think we were talking out there and I was just nerding out on how much work you guys had put out and how much dirt you had moved, and the amount of effort and synchronization and all of that, and the engineering specifically. I was just amazed and so excited to see. And it was really, I was just asking these questions. They're like, let's go, Hess. We gotta go see other stuff. And I was like, but you don't understand, all this rebar is tied in and it's all, then they're gonna bury it all. You can't ever see it again. So I wanted to really see, and I was just on Google Maps looking, and it's all covered up. And it's just, I'm glad I got to see it when I got to see it, because it was super impressive. And it's so good to see the community here, to have the community buy-in. That's why I'm here. That's why that's why I want to be on the board with these fine people, is because we don't do it for us. We do it for the people of our community, get to be safe. One of the biggest, scariest things is the fire and the floods. And you guys specifically are working hard to make sure that people of the community can sleep at night. That's huge. And it's just awesome to see. Again, I'm just an Army engineer, not like a hardcore engineer. So to see you guys actually put in the work, and then to see the photos that you put up, Lucinda, of it just trickling, so cool. It makes me sleep well at night. I know Supervisor Vasquez can sleep at night a little bit better now. So, that's great work. Great to have the money. Great to see it put in. It's a tangible item that people can see that the safety is there. I applaud you, and I applaud all your staff, and I applaud everybody that was on this board before I got here. This all happened before I got here. So I kind of just a onlooker that gets to say thank you from a community member. So again, thank you for all your hard work, your staff, everybody, all the staff members, especially, you know, finding that money. We couldn't do it. You guys aren't gonna do it for free, are you? So, so congratulations. Thank you very much. Hopefully this will work, and unfortunately, I know we're gonna have more work ahead of us, but people are gonna be happy at the end of the day. So I'm looking forward to that next barbecue. So we'll make it happen. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Supervisor Hess. I also like to reiterate some of the things that my colleagues have talked about regarding all these projects that are being done, completed, and in the works. I just want, and it takes everyone. We all have an expertise in certain areas, and we're all putting it together. So teamwork is great, and you know, learning to listen to one another and helping one another, and working for our constituents out there, you know, to be safe is the main priority that we have as far as fires and floods. So thank you so much. With that, I'm going to turn to Sean.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Sean Puyama. I serve as the Flood Control District Program Manager. Here this afternoon to give you a brief update related to the federal and state awards that the district has received and provide a financial update regarding where we stand with those awards and how they've been implemented. So lots of numbers coming at you. If you have any questions, just stop me and we can go over it in detail. So just to start, wanted to give a quick recap of the awards that the district has received, both federal and state. First, the U.S. Forest Service Good Neighbor Authority Award for $42.3 million. This award is what we use primarily for all of our on-forest mitigation work. This particular award does not have a county or district match. It's 100% reimbursable. And then we have the two NRCS awards that are being used to help cover expenses in the various neighborhoods. Pipeline Award has been used to cover mitigation efforts in the Wapatki Trails, Brandis Way, Copeland, and the Peaceful Way Corridor. The second NRCS award is the Government Tank Award for $27.3 million, and that is directly allocated to Government Tank, which, as Lucinda shared, is probably the most complicated corridor out of the 9 watersheds. We also have a state award from the Department of the Forest and Fire Management, DFFM. This award is actually allocated to covering the district costs for the NRCS awards. So the NRCS awards require a 25% match. The DFFM funding is going to be covering the match for those 2 awards. So the district does not have to cover that match. One of the most recent awards that we've received is the Protect Grant, which was approved earlier this year. This award is a federal award through the U.S. Department of Transportation and is really focused on mitigating the highway impacts to Highway 89. Like the NRCS award, this does require a match for the award, but we've been fortunate to work with the Arizona Department of Transportation for the AZ SMART grant, which will cover the match portion of that award. As mentioned before, this was a competitive award or competitive grant nationally. We were the only agency in the state of Arizona to receive this award through that competitive process. And then lastly, as we've touched on, is the Congressionally Directed Spending Award that's approved, that you approved this morning. That is coming from the U.S. Forest Service. That one, like the Good Neighbor Authority Award, does not require a match. That is 100% covered by the award itself, and that will be used for the mitigation efforts in Campbell and Peaceful Way. So overall, we're looking at a total award amount of over $120 million for the district. I kind of wanted to touch base quickly on just the different awards, just kind of give you a quick update. For the Good Neighbor Authority Award, there's a typo on this slide. It was actually March 27, 2003, 5-year award. As of today, we've spent about $29 million, and we are 85% complete with the projects. Original estimates were $48 million, but we are coming in much lower than that. And again, that's a testament to the work that Natural Channel Designs has done and Tiffany Construction. We are coming well under what we had thought the cost would be. And then we are also looking at expending this entire award in its entirety. This kind of just gives a brief overview of the numbers. Again, the award itself is for 42 million. We've expended 28. That leaves us with a remaining balance of about 13.4. Again, we do have plans to use that to spend on force measures throughout the entire area. Another key number that we wanted to share is that of that 28.8 million, 25.3 has been reimbursed to date. We do have some outstanding reimbursements that are pending. So hopefully by the end of next month, we should be 100% reimbursed for the work done with regards to the Good Neighbor Authority Award. For the pipeline award, one of the things about the pipeline award is that it was a short-term award. We did have to reach out and do a couple of extensions. We do have the award extended through July of 2025. This award again covers Wapaki Trails, Brandis Way, Copeland, as well as the Peaceful Way corridor. One of the other unique components of this award is that earlier this year, we did reach out to NRCS to request an increase on this particular award, which was approved. There was an increase of 9.6 million added to this award from the original award amount of 22.1. This brought up the award to 31.8. Again, this covers the Wapaki Trails, Brandis Way, and Copeland corridors, which have all been completed. Peaceful is the only remaining corridor that will use funds from this award. This gives a brief overview of what we expect to spend in Peaceful Way. The GMPs for the work that was done has been approved by the board. As Lucinda mentioned, she has issued the notice to proceed to Tiffany to go ahead and start working on these projects. At the end of it, we do anticipate that with the engineering cost, it will come out to an estimate of about 10.5 million for the total cost of Peaceful. And when you add that to the 19.3, which we've expended to date, it's going to leave us with a remaining balance of about 1.8 million for this particular award. Again, our plan is to expend the full amount of the award within the parameters of the award, of what the award says we can spend it on. Government tank, we haven't started very much construction, although there have been costs allocated. This award is for 27.3 million. Similar to the pipeline award, we did have to request an additional 2 extensions. This award is extended through July of 25. As we've talked about before, this is the most complicated corridor. We are going to be tying in the work for the NRCS award with the Protect Grant award. And engineering for those projects are underway, and those are making up the most of what's been expended to date. So again, we haven't expended very much. We've expended 909,000. We have gotten 792 back from reimbursements. So we do anticipate expending funds on this award moving forward. Now, this DFFM has been providing the match as we submit reimbursements to NRCS for those awards. As of right now, we've expended 2.7 or received 2.7 from DFFM out of the 10.88 million that we requested. We are anticipating to request another 2.4 from DFFM to cover the remaining portion of the pipeline award, which would cover the Peaceful Way section of that award. And to date, we've only received about 61 million or 61,000 from DFM to cover the government tank award allocation. This just gives kind of an overview of all of the awards and what we've expended to date against what's been reimbursed. Total cost expended to date is 48.5. We've received 41.1. Again, this is a really great kind of overview of how well we're doing with reimbursements. The remaining 7 million is really going to be the next round of reimbursements, which we haven't submitted yet, and that will capture all of the expenses that were done at the end of FY24 to close out. But we do plan on submitting those reimbursement requests early September or at the end of August. Now, outside of the awards, there were some ineligible costs that weren't eligible to be covered by the awards based on the type of work that was done. That does include utility relocations, legal costs, those types of costs, but most of those costs were covered by the general fund loan that we had that was approved by the board last year. Some of the costs will have to be allocated to the district's base budget, which we have included in this year's budget, as well as included in our 10-year plan. And so as we continue through these projects, there may be more ineligible costs that come up. This was something that we did share with the board initially when we first started talking about the overall budget. We knew there were going to be ineligible costs, and we are allocating and budgeting within the district's base budget. And lastly, just quick touch on, again, the congressionally directed spending award. This is for the Campbell and Peaceful Way project. This award is, again, through the U.S. Forest Service, does not require a district match. Now, the award was awarded to the county, but we are working with finance to manage the award and do all the finance pieces within the district. So finance won't necessarily be managing it. The district will manage the award in its entirety. And with that, I'll stop for questions. Otherwise, I'll turn it over to Lucinda.
Thank you, Sean, for the presentation. Are there any questions by the board?
I have a question. So I was just looking at the number of total award, which was 121 million. And I remember when the flood control district first presented to us about the need, and it was about 150 million that was projected to be needed. Is that still accurate, or would you say with what we've received, we can complete the mitigation that is needed?
Yeah, I think we had originally projected it would be somewhere between 125 million to up to 150 million. And so, but I'm pretty confident the 123 million, we're going to be successful with that. Getting that highway component is really key because there was no other funding opportunity for the detention basins. So that's a really important piece.
Thank you. Any other comments? Supervisor Horstman, do you have any comments?
No, other than this is an incredible job at maximizing the federal grant monies and the to get the job done. And I know we still have some matching, but even the matching, we were able to look at some Protect grants and some funding through the state. So just job well done. And we really were able to accomplish quite a bit with partnerships and also with the federal government and their help too. So thank you, and appreciate the overview, Sean. And I'm going to have to sign off here in about 2 or 3 minutes. I have a family matter here back with my family in Minnesota. So thank you again, and great job all.
Thank you, Supervisor, District Board Member.
Thank you.
So quickly with Tucson, because I know Supervisor Horstman would be interested in this. We're continuing to work with Joe that was here earlier, is working on developing that administrative floodplain that we've had a discussion with the board about. And I did an update with the council on August 13th. We're making good progress both on the efforts relative to refining the floodplain mapping and so forth to move forward with administrative floodplain for Tucson, and then also then ultimately potentially moving that to FEMA to remap that area so it more accurately reflects the actual flood threat in that area. We'll be meeting this next week with the mayor and town manager to go over the latest information on that. So that's great to be making that progress. Also for Tucson, the town of Tucson secured a $2.4 million AZ Smart grant to develop a drainage master plan for this whole area. And the town has requested that the district provide the grant administration as well as the project management for that effort, given our expertise and the resources that we have available, and really just our ability, looking at what Sean's managing now and our ability to manage these types of efforts. And as Supervisor Fowler mentioned, Board Member Fowler mentioned that, you know, a lot of these smaller communities just don't have those kinds of assets to manage these type of bigger grants. So we're just in the process of that now. The town is working with ADOT to get an IGA in place to move that project forward, and will be managing the procurement of the consultant for that effort and everything. So we're really excited about moving that forward. That'll be a really important opportunity to reduce the flood threat in that area. So with that,
Chair, if I,
Sure, go
Chair, if I
ahead.
may, before it moves, goes forward. Yes, and I appreciate being involved with the mayor and the town manager and you on that project. And if you're meeting with them next week, be sure to keep my office informed. And to the extent I can, I will plan on being part of that as well. So thank you.
Yeah,
Thanks for all
it
your
should be
efforts.
on
in
your
that.
agenda. It should be on your calendar. I know we scheduled
Dynamite.
that intent. So
Thank you. And I can tell you, I saw the Tuesday on Mayor a couple days ago and how appreciative they all are on the efforts of the flood control district. So thank you so much.
thank you. And there's a very significant flood threat there. So it's important that we're moving forward with that effort. So with that, I will turn it over to Jay.
Thank you, Lucinda. Good afternoon, Director, Chair Begay, and directors. Oh, before you go, Herb, I was going to ask real quick, after hearing all the work that they've done, have you guys ever been interested in getting into logging? Because I'd like to get you into some logging. So Mike's like, get out. Oh, come on. It's fun. It's enjoyable. So, all right. So I'm here to give you a quick update on forest restoration. I was going to give this over to Director Fowler. I mean, she did a pretty good job of knowing what was going on. So maybe you can give my update for me here. But let's start off with the Upper Rio de Flag project. We are nearly complete with the TNC principal agreement that the county has to go into to be able to work with them and get them the funding that as they manage the project. So hopefully we get that done, and they're almost completed with their Forest Service master agreement as well. So once all those things line up, they will get an RFP out to start working on Hawk Little Wing, which will be the first project, which leads me to Hawk Little Wing, which is the purple and the small light orange projects. That's the first project that TNC will be working on in Upper Rio. So those, as soon as they get those agreements in place, we will be contributing $2 million to that project to remove biomass. We're just really critical in those areas up close to the wilderness and on some of those steeper areas or around steeper areas. We want to make sure that that biomass is removed, that fire threat. Wing East, I think Supervisor Horseman's been out there. Others may have been, but if you go out to Hard Prairie Road and drive Hard Prairie Road, you're going to drive right through Wing East. That is the light green project there. Very large project that's very critical to this whole Upper Rio de Flag forest restoration initiative that we're doing out there, that we're helping with the Forest Service. And James Perkins Timber Harvesting is the contractor on that. They're about 25% complete, but what's good is he has not just the logging, but also the chipping machines to be able to grind up and remove that and take that wood over to Novo Power. So he's getting rid of not just the logs, but also the biomass, which is very helpful in those kinds of projects. Bill Williams Mountain, Supervisor or Director Hess, this is right in your backyard here. We are again working with TNC to be able to get their master agreement ready with the KIBAB or with their region Forest Service. And to date, $12 million has been spent on Bill Williams Mountain. We have contributed about $4.8 million from the flood control district for that forest restoration project. We have $5.6 million allocated from this year's fiscal year 25 budget to go to Bill Williams, likely in the springtime, once those agreements are in place and we get a project ready for summertime or late spring, early summer. We should be starting a project with Bill Williams next year. And we've been all waiting for that. You know, we've been on kind of a 2-year hiatus there. And so we're ready to get back to work and get some projects going there. And then lastly, the Timberline Wapatki Trails. I brought this up just, this is a project that the National Forest Foundation is doing with the U.S. Forest Service. It's the federal land that was affected by the tunnel and a little bit of the pipeline fire, right up against the neighborhoods there of Timberline Wapatki. The project is removing dead standing and any down wood that's already there. Those burned trees that are dead or looking that they will be dying in the next few years. They're removing a lot of that on 317 acres. And basically what that's doing is preventing those trees to finally go to rot and fall over, and then they come down into the flood mitigation and cause problems similar to what the Schultz, that 2018 flood event did on Schultz. So that's what we're trying to prevent through this. The flood control district contributed $100,000. It was dollars that was already in our National Forest Foundation kind of coffer that we have with them from Bill Williams. We shifted $100,000 to this project because we felt it was just that important to get done. Another good thing about this project, because it's dead wood has been killed by the fire, 1,200 cords of firewood will be stacked up for the local community. And it'll be cut to length, ready for firewood. They just have to maybe split it, but it's going to be stacked up on site there on federal land, and the community can get a permit and just go out and get that wood. But 3,800 cords, so 3,800 cords are going to be shipped out or are being shipped out now, trucked out to Hopi and Navajo communities to help with heating wood for this winter. So really proud of that project with the Wood for Life. Last thing on this, I wanted to add to this, it's not on the slide, is when we were talking about this investment that we're making and the fact that we're getting $10 for every dollar through flood mitigation and all the work for forest restoration, the Ecological Restoration Institute just completed a study that they published that for every dollar invested in forest restoration in these high-risk areas, they're seeing a $7 return benefit from spending like $1, you get $7 benefit. If you look at it from a return on investment type of scenario, the potential is a 600% return on investment. Now, I don't know about you, but I'd love to have 600% return on investment right now, but that's what we get when we invest in these high-risk areas. We're getting a 600% return on investment. So, you know, just goes to show that what we're doing in this investment we're making is beneficial to the community and the taxpayers. The last part I wanted to talk about real quick, give you an update on the Coconino Community Wildfire Defense Program grant that we did not submit it. We partnered with Greater Flagstaff Forest Partnership, and they were awarded $250,000. This grant is to do a county-wide community wildfire protection plan. So rural fire districts and the tribal communities, we're going to be going and working with each of them and getting all of those areas under a community wildfire protection plan. We're still waiting for the funding to get to DFFM so that then we can start doing the real work. But in the meantime, we have been, Ann Matek and I have been working, getting the core team assembled. We're looking at what communities and who we need to get with. And so one of the requests we may be coming to you for, each of you, is help in your communities. So that if there's people that, and getting that outreach out there to know that we're going to be coming to these communities and setting up community meetings to be able to really get the community involved so that they know what's happening around them as far as wildfire risk and what they can do to help prevent that. So we'll be doing those meetings over this winter as we work with, we selected, or GFFP selected SWCA to help as a contractor in writing the CWPPs. They've been doing several of them over the last several years, real great kind of partner to work with, and they have a great platform, and it will be all web-based, and then we can host that eventually and make it easier for community members to look at their area and see where the risk is and what they can do about that. Also, Ann and I are planning to attend the second annual Tribal Fire and Climate Resilience Summit in early October. That will help us kind of hopefully make some real good connections on the Navajo and Hopi side. And also with this, we're working closely with the city of Flagstaff, as they were also awarded a CWPP grant to do the greater Flagstaff area. So Flagstaff, Highlands, Munns Park, Sedona, and those are all going to be in a different CWPP, and City of Flagstaff is heading up that one. And so we're working together to make sure those CWPPs complement each other. That is all I have for now. So if you have any questions, I'd be glad to answer them for you.
Thank you, Jay. Supervisor Vasquez.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation, especially it's enlightening to see where we're at with the Upper Rio watershed, because that's so important that we continue that work. Because as we know, if we were to have a fire such as pipeline or tunnel up in the Upper Rio watershed, we'll have 8 feet of water in downtown Flagstaff. And so it's really crucial. And I'm glad that we're working with our counterparts in the city of Flagstaff to ensure that the Flag project connects with our project so that we can ensure the safety of our community. So thank you for that. The other piece I wanted to just comment on is the Community Wildlife Defense Program, and just how important defensible space is for houses, and how important it is for us to inform our communities about why they need to create defensible space for themselves. When we had tunnel fire and 31 homes were burnt down, the houses that had defensible space were pretty much skipped over for the majority. There might have been a couple, ones that were kind of a freak of nature, but for the most part, the houses that were hit were the ones that weren't using defensible space. And so, and the ones that did have defensible spaces created around them were skipped over. And so I just commend your team on continuing to have those conversations, and look forward to seeing how our thinning efforts help out up on the Upper Rio or the upper watershed, just because every time I go up there and I see how thick those trees are, I get worried. And, it wasn't like that 30 years ago when I was a kid. And so, we really need that thinning up there. So thank you.
Thank you, sir. And Director Fowler, when you mentioned that you're working on the insurance thing with the committee that you're overseeing now, just so you know, Lucinda and I are also, we've met with the director of insurance and financial institutes, DIFI, here in Arizona, and we've asked them to set up a task force to look at specifically at Arizona for that as well, and to try to get the insurance companies involved to say, what moves the needle? What makes the insurance companies look at a property and say, yes, we're willing to insure that, or we're not going to raise your insurance rates, which we see happening, but also cancellations a lot in the county. So we'll work, I'll get with you and we'll work together on that as well.
Director Chris.
Yes, thank you. We're looking at this protection, and my district, you and I have talked about it at length of getting out there and needing that research on done. Is there a program now, or is there some way that my community, the people in my community, can look and say, hey, can someone come out and look at my property and tell me how to thin it and how to make it safe?
Yeah, the Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire Management can do some of that, can do some of those home assessments, or their local fire districts. A lot of local fire districts, Ponderosa, Lee Antonides, Chief Antonides, they have a team that they'll go out and look at a person's property and help them understand what is defensible space, what can they do. So yeah, that before we get this CWPP done, that's the best way to go. And even after the CWPP, we need to engage with the local fire districts and departments to really make those local connections to what can be done in the communities. Yeah.
Excellent, thanks. That's what the communities out there need to know, is what can they do in preparation. I mean, we don't want to wait until it's too late. So just as Colonel Vasquez said, we want to make sure, hey, you're the houses that got skipped. So I really think that's probably one of those things that we need to put the education out there. And I know it's out there, but we just got to keep sending a message. So thank you.
Thank you. Director has any other comments? Director Fowler?
Thank you, Jay. Thank you so much for, I knew you were already working on the house insurance, and yes, I'd really like to be updated on that so that we can really work together at the national level. We're talking about having a visit to and doing a visit on the Hill and really trying to educate everyone or our congressional delegations on that across the country. It's just not in Arizona, it's impact. California talked about how it's just Northern California, Minnesota, they're all really concerned about it. So I
Yep.
just want to thank you for, have to learn from you. Thank
Yeah,
you.
and the city of Flagstaff also, they presented at the last huddle, city-county huddle, and they're doing a lot of work as well. So, you know, just putting all the resources together and getting the information to you so you can take it to the
Yeah.
Hill would be great.
Great, thank you. And just all the work that you're doing, it's been ongoing and it's going to keep on going. So thank you for
Yep.
forming all those partnerships. Thank you.
Okay, is that it? Yeah, thank you everyone for the presentation, and all the efforts are well, underway, and some are completed, some are in the works, just keep going. And some of these days, one of these days, we'll make sure that, at least we have 90% of things under control. But thank you so much. So there are no other questions, comments at this time. Can we resolve back as a Board of Supervisors? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Okay, motion made by Director Vasquez. Is there a
Second.
second? Second by Director Hess. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. And before we go to the next item, I'd like to have a 10-minute break.
So, excuse me, Chair, just to let everyone know, so I know we have a time certain at 3:30 for Craig Sullivan is here. So just wanted to be mindful of that if we need to
Yeah, we're gonna do this.
take a break
We're
and
gonna
then do
a
a.
very brief update on expenditure limit activity. So, but if you want to take a break, it won't take more than 10 minutes unless your questions.
I'll be
we know
fine.
Craig's here and,
We can do 5 minutes.
yeah.
Also flexible.
We've only got a couple things to cover, so.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and start our meeting. Item number 27, discussion regarding permanent base adjustment to the county's expenditure limit. Cinda?
All right, Chair and members of the board. As you know, Andy had to step out, his little medical issue he had to deal with. So we're just going to do a very brief update on progress relative to the expenditure limit and the communications voter information education effort that's underway. Just want to say that we have submitted the publicity pamphlet to the vendor that does the printing and providing that product to us. And so that piece has been completed. That was obviously a really critical milestone that we met, and very pleased with that. It's got the frequently asked questions that you've seen, the pieces you've handed out at events and so forth. That is a component of that. So I think it's a pretty robust document, and that will be mailed out. My understanding is that's being mailed out September 27th, and then early voting starts October 9th. And we'll be syncing up with those dates, communications to alert people that the publicity pamphlet is in their mailboxes, and where to go if they want more information beyond what's there. And then also in terms of early ballot, when that early balloting begins as well. So a couple other key communication efforts that are underway right now is I put at your seat an advertisement that's going to affect it. Probably will begin no later than today or late today or tomorrow. It's called Serving Up Fund for 75 years. It's relative to the county fair. And as you know, the county will have a booth there, and we have some little games for kids and prizes, and which we've done historically. And in addition to that, we'll have information there at the booth relative to Proposition 42. And this ad is going to be appearing in the Daily Sun, both print and digital editions this week. In addition to that, we're getting ready to launch some advertising just about introducing that this measure will be on the ballot, and where people can go for additional information. Other big effort that's underway right now is completion of our key communication piece, overall communication piece, that will be like handed out at meetings and things like that. It's a brochure. It'll be 11 by 17 brochure. It'll certainly be professionally printed, but it'll be this is a draft that's nearing completion. It will be, it's being reviewed by the attorney right now, and we'll be finalizing this. And then this will be provided again at meetings, or if people want additional information to share we'll certainly be sharing it with our team members, our employees, be sharing it with organizations to share with their membership, that type of thing. So this will be the main. We'll also be developing a communication piece specific for the Navajo Nation, because there are specific services that we provide there that we want to, create that understanding in terms of 482, what would be impacted if it's approved or not approved by the voters. So, and that piece has begun development as well. So a lot's underway right now, a lot of moving parts with preparing advertising, communication pieces, and other things to keep voters informed and provide that information so that they can go into the ballot booth on November 5th and be prepared. I also want to share relative to the publicity pamphlet that, Siri shared. She's working very closely with the Auditor General's office. They have to review and approve the publicity pamphlet as well. And they've done that. They'll probably be seeing another email from the Auditor General about that activity. If you have any questions, certainly reach out to Siri. But so far, we haven't gotten any negative feedback. We're all moving forward with that. So I think it's looking really good. That was, approved, of course, by the attorney before it went to the auditor general as well as to the printer. So, so that's all, moving forward. So, this is the time we really will start to launch when people are really beginning to pay more attention to what's going on the ballot. We will have a long ballot. We know that is will be a consideration, as well as was discussed by the updates that Esler's provided you. So I think that's it for today. And unless, is there anything else, Melissa? I think we've got a lot of moving parts going, preparing materials. We're finalizing a presentation for community meetings and we're open houses. We're scheduling 2 open houses that we'll host, and then one that will be hosted by the city, county, and the mountain line here in Flagstaff, and then doing meetings, chapter house meetings, very similar. Certainly Supervisor Fowler remembers going through this exercise in 2014 and all, and very similar effort to get information out and make sure that voters' questions get answered. So, all right, if you have any questions.
Supervisor Fowler, please.
I do have a correction on your visitors per year. Glen Canyon is actually, last time we met with the superintendent there, last year, the visitation was 5.2.
Wow.
And it's
okay,
up to
great.
5.4 now.
Great. Okay,
So
well, we'll get that
the
updated.
visitation, we get more visitors at the Glen Canyon and Rainbow Bridge than the Grand Canyon.
Yeah, I know that. I think these were all back to 2022.
Yeah,
So
the
still coming out of the
2023, yeah.
recovery from, COVID and everything. So, but we were looking for published data, but we'll look for that and see if we can get those more current numbers.
Yeah, go to the National Park visitation site. And
Okay,
yeah,
great, thank you.
so just, yeah, that would be the correction. I have not read through it, but I will and see where we're at with these, yeah. Oh, you're gonna do a separate one for tribes or?
Yep,
it's gonna
we'll do one
incorporate it?
separately.
This is non-tribal.
And there'll be other communication pieces on the website as well, and other pieces that we can share when we're out at community meetings and so forth, particularly related to the road maintenance sales tax, because that's obviously a key element of this. So, all right.
Any other comments by board members? No. Okay, thank you, Lucinda.
Great, thank you.
For, doing,
Oh, can I?
she found another mistake.
Well, no, I'm just wondering, if you're when we're gonna be able to see the time frame for all the visitations, the various efforts? Because yes, I remember 2014.
Right.
We had boards
Lot of
everywhere and this place was packed.
Well, we
and there were
probably
discussions.
won't use that strategy as much because we frankly don't get very many people in our buildings anymore,
Yeah.
right? There's maybe a few locations like Health and Human Services. They still get a fair amount of visitation there and, providing direct client services. But certainly in terms of community meetings, we have Corey's building has built a schedule, and we're starting to lay out all those meetings that we did very similarly. Some of the organizations are less active now, and probably we won't do like a specific meeting, but we'll ask them to provide information to their membership. So some of the strategic pieces have changed a little bit in terms of, how would you approach, voter information, education, but a lot of it will be pretty similar. Community meetings are still really important. People really appreciate us being out in the community and being there to discuss not only what's important in terms of this effort, but also what's important in terms of their community. So it gives us that opportunity as well. And
What's your deadline on this?
this,
Yes, any
uh,
edits?
well, we want to be able to have this at the fair this weekend, at least the initial, we're going out with a pretty large print. So it'll tomorrow morning is, I think, about the latest. So, but we'll go look up that National Park Service visitation and see if we can.
I'll email it to you.
Okay, great.
Thank you. Okay, I will do my.
Supervisor Vasquez?
Yeah, I just want to say that having been part of the team to help develop this, it's really cool to see this finally come together
Yeah.
and starting to be ready to be out there to the community.
Absolutely.
Look forward to distributing it at the county fair and having more of our community members learn about what this is about, because a lot of people have no clue. And when we do share it with them, they're really surprised at the fact that we have, a lot of times we have the revenue, but we just can't spend it because of this limit. And so the more we share with folks, the more support we'll get in the community. So looks good. And I'm looking forward to having those conversations with community members. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And any meetings that you're attending or anywhere that you go, one that you need materials that you want to share with people, we'll get you copies. Of course, you'll each have a stack, pretty significant stack of the brochures as well as the FAQs. But if there's other specific information that you need or want, then let us know. I know Melissa's developed the talking points. Those are available. But if you have a specific meeting and you need staff support or other information, certainly let us know. And let's get that on the calendar so we are tracking all of the meetings, even if it's just an opportunity to make some comments at a meeting or something. Great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for putting the pamphlets together. Any information that we have is certainly going to be something that the communities, people out there would be needing to read and to ensure that they're, we get their support, on it. So thank you, Lucinda, and the admin staff here, Andy. And so I think as board members, we can go ahead and look at it and give you feedback maybe later on this evening to see if there are going to be any changes or not. Is that okay? Okay, thank you. Otherwise, it's going to the press. Thank you.
I've got mine. Okay, okay, that.
Moving on, we have a item on the agenda here. CSA report to the County Board of Supervisors. CSA Executive Director Craig Sullivan will brief the Coconino County Board of Supervisors regarding the activities of the CSA, including a discussion of the recent legislative session.
That's all. That's all Craig Sullivan's deal right there. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Begay and supervisors here in Coconino County. Thank you for allowing us to, allowing Craig to give you an update on all the things we've done this year. So, well, first I want to thank all the Board of Supervisors from Coconino County for participating in CSA activities and the meetings we have. And it's very helpful to make sure that we all are united and working together at CSA. And Craig will point out some of the benefits of that as we go forward. I want to thank Patricia Horseman for sitting on the Western Regional Committee for NACO. Supervisor Fowler, thank you for your leadership in the national organization. You represent us well, and you're kind of moving up in that organization. So thank you for those efforts that you put forward. That's a time well spent. But again, thank all of you for participating in our CSA activities. Today, I'm joined by Director Craig Sullivan for the update of what we've done this year and the successes we had with the legislature. And that brings us to what's coming up in October. The 1st of October, we'll have Pinal County is hosting the Legislative Summit. I ask that all of you attend if you can. It's always very beneficial to have as many people involved in that. We really enter into some great debates about the legislative policies that we want to set forth or block, whichever the need is. So I really look forward to that. I don't know if you noticed that I'm sporting this polo tie that I got at the Legislative Summit last year up here. So anyway, and I get a lot of compliments about it. I really appreciate the beauty of this tie. As soon as I saw it, I wanted it. So anyway, but come to Pinal County to the Legislative Summit. That we'll have a lot of great discussion there, and a lot of work will be done. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Sullivan for the update.
Thank you, President Miller. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members of the board. For the record, I'm Craig Sullivan with the County Supervisors Association. It's a pleasure to be with you. Thank you so much for this forum to talk to you a little bit about the association and the work that we've been doing over the last year and kind of tease up what we'll be doing into the next year. I did provide to you a report that just kind of walks through a lot of slide decks about key areas of the organization. I'm not going to talk about it all, but I'm happy to speak about any particular issues that you'd like to talk about. There are elements in there that'll speak to our work as an intergovernmental office and a collaboration among all the counties. We break down our data and analytics function, some of our strategic initiatives, and then bridge into the legislature. So there's a lot of exciting work that's occurring at the association, and your leadership and involvement of this professional staff has really made it a great place to be. So let me walk through a couple of things for you. But first, I do want to talk a little bit about what the association is. Not everybody's familiar with who we are, but you all know the County Supervisors Association is a collaboration of the 15 counties. We do nonpartisan research and policy work to improve decision-making at the state, local, and federal level. Counties created the association really as a back office because it's more efficient to come together for some items, and that's what we do. And we're all partners in trying to support you in serving your constituents. That's what we're all about, and we're really excited and proud about the work that we do in that space. Oops, took it back. I talked a little bit about kind of how we use our forum, and this just gives you a splash of how we're using our board meetings and other meetings to just bring in key folks, decision makers, legislators, policymakers, to talk with all of you about issues. You all participate regularly, you see this, but it's really how we forge a connection with folks that are outside of Coconino County to build relationships and talk about policy. I did put on the left some of the committees that we serve on. We serve as an intergovernmental office, and that gets us assigned to various committees in your interest. And a couple of them are listed for you here. I served this last year on the Governor's Water Policy Council. I serve on the PSPRS Advisory Committee. We nominate candidates to serve on the PSPRS Board of Trustees. We have appointments to the Criminal Justice Commission, Commission on Technology, and other things. And so we really try to create a strong connection between counties and these other partners, and we often do it through the association. I put in orange what we call our affiliate groups, and this is something I really value, and it's the connection with the professional staff in the county. So we meet regularly with county managers, finance directors, planning directors, engineers, others, to just create a connection of conversation. And we get enormous value out of that information in terms of how we can support the counties, and we provide information about what's happening down in Phoenix. And so that collaboration, I believe, adds a lot of value, and is something I'm really proud of. And similarly, we partner with our friends over at the Arizona Association of Counties, who represent the other elected officials. That partnership is very important to us, and we're proud of that as well. So moving on to some of the key strategic initiatives, you know, for years, we've been building our county data initiative. And this is where we just regularly, largely through our internship program, are building a database of county relevant information. It's north of 4 million data points right now. We pull it from every source we can, and you see us use it in products that we put together to analyze legislation or other policies that are affecting you. Currently, we're continuing to build it out. We're looking specifically at budget information in the counties and importing that into our database, as well as surveying on court-county relationships and funding to do better analysis in that space as well. We set strategic initiatives and try to use our platform to develop information that can improve decision-making, as I mentioned. And in the last couple of years, our staff has worked to secure about $1.4 million of grants to support university research into key areas that counties care about, and 2 of them are listed for you here. We worked through PSPRS when we were assigned to a task force to commission work into public safety. And that's something that your team provided a lot of input into. And currently, we're working with the universities to do specific inquiries into the detention officer recruitment and retention issue. And this is something we partnered with the Arizona Sheriff's Association to go and secure a grant to do it. That's going to deploy over the next year, and we're very excited about what those results may be. We also secured a grant to do some work into procurement. And so right now, the League of Cities and Towns, CSA, are working with university partners to look into that as well. And so that's another key initiative that'll unfold over the next year. I wanted to bring this back to you because this is a strategic initiative related to the public safety pensions, CORP and EORP as well, that several years ago, for those of you who were with us at that time, Lena, you'll remember that we set an initiative that we were going to we needed to find ways to control this cost. And we set out specific tasks, working with the legislature, sharing best practices among counties, working with the PSPRS Board of Trustees. And what you see here is the improvement in the funded status of CORP and PSPRS because of that collaborative work. And I think that's a pretty big deal, and it shows the power of collaboration over time. Obviously, EORP has not been stabilized, but largely because that requires the legislature to get involved. But we have crafted solution sets that would work if the legislature wanted to fund them and partner with us on this. And so this is a real testament to the work of managers and the board members over the last many years. Now, what this brings to the fore for me is that since we did all this work to stabilize these systems, it's really about how we protect those systems going forward and that we don't take steps backwards. And so a lot of how we look at legislative policy is how it touches these financial arrangements. Broadband, you all know, is top of mind in all the counties. Our association has been working for years, initially just trying to get legislative attention to fund grant programs, to develop a broadband office at the state level, to advocate with the federal government. And obviously now there's a lot of resources at the table, and so everybody's working diligently on that. Our role currently is working with the governor's interagency entity that's deploying broadband, and then troubleshooting to the extent we can, helping the counties to engage on these issues, pursuing policies at NACO, whatever we can do to support all of this and this collective effort as we go forward. I'm going to transition a little bit into the legislature just on a few slides. As you know, a big part of what we do is just triaging bills. And Supervisor Miller talked about our Legislative Policy Committee, which Supervisor Horstman and Supervisor Fowler participated in, and your team was phenomenal at providing feedback to us on. That's a big part of what we want to do is just get good quality information. When we went into this legislative session, if you recall back in October, our biggest worry was the financial situation, how that might sprinkle out on the counties. There clearly were other context items that were of concern, but the financial piece was really the big one. So let me just touch on a couple of slides related to that. First off, the messaging we all had to lawmakers was that this is a state problem and it shouldn't be shifted to the county taxpayer. And largely they adhered to that message. And so the way they solved their budget is listed for you here, where they focused largely on fund transfers, one-time spending cuts, and ongoing spending cuts. And this breaks down some of the key categories of items where they touch. They swept a significant amount of resources out of the Water Infrastructure Finance Authority. These are dollars that are designed to improve conservation or augment water supplies. That's a step backwards. They swept resources related to opioid settlements, which you're well aware of. And I know this county was in communication with us when we saw that happening. The local government dollars were not touched. But I think what lawmakers didn't fully appreciate or choose to appreciate is that those dollars are used as grant programs to come down to support counties. You know that well. So that was a disappointment that it occurred. But again, it was dollars under their control. Now, while we were pleased that the legislature did focus largely on dealing with its problem and not looking at the counties, there are some issues that continue to be a problem. And I want to highlight those for you here. We continue to work on the fee being charged to Maricopa County for the State Department of Juvenile Corrections. Coconino County has been removed. And we're very grateful that Regina Cobb, then chairwoman, helped with that. But we still have Maricopa hooked to it. What does affect Coconino County substantially are probation issues and JP salary issues. Probation is about the state funding its share of state-funded probation officers. We and the courts were asking for them to create sustainable funding for that. They didn't do it. Obviously, in a budget deficit, they were choosing to look at other things, and they didn't want to put new spending items in the budget, even when it's their responsibility. So that issue still lingers. And we have been told that the governor's office is going to allocate dollars to patch it in the current fiscal year. But what happens in subsequent fiscal years? So that's something we're going to have to continue to work on. And we also saw a sweeping of JP salary monies that the state needs to put in to fund their share. JPs are funded 40% state, 60% county. We kept the statutory formula. They did sweep some funds. And then when they made salary adjustments in the court, they put additional pressure on this and cost the county some additional dollars. So these were some pain points that we were frustrated with that rolled out in the budget at the last minute. And they're items that we are putting in our letter to the governor as she's putting her budget together. I mentioned that one of our concerns was about the state shifting or impacting counties. And I put this in here because this is not a list of new money, but these are financial touch points that are in the budget that are relevant to counties. So things we were worried about could be cut. And we've worked together on many of these items. If you look under prior county appropriations, we all saw it as a county coalition to have juvenile dependency proceeding monies, EORP relief, in lieu lottery monies, indigent defense. These are all cost-sharing arrangements that we've secured over the years, and they were protected in this budget. So that was a good thing. Transitioning a little bit just into one of the core functions, I mentioned dealing with all the bills that come into the process. I call it reactive advocacy. That's just dealing with all the stakeholder meetings, all the policy items that are put on the table. This gives you a sense of the policy areas that our team works in. And it's very diverse. It's diverse as all the stuff that you all do here locally. Again, I want to thank your professional staff for the feedback they provide on these bills. These things come at us very quickly. We have to flex to them, and we're trying to make decisions that are in the county interest. And the feedback that comes out of this county is phenomenal. I just want to really reinforce that. And Gregory, I want to thank you in particular for the pipeline, and Keith, the whole team, for all the information that comes our way. It is a mammoth amount of information we have to process. This is a list of bills that passed, and kind of a context item. There were a lot of bad bills in the process, but the governor signaled that things needed to be bipartisan. And so if bills got up to her and they were not, she vetoed them. That created a lot of conditions for amendments and collaboration, and that worked out fairly well. It did lead to more referrals to the ballot, right, for that the majority party wanted to send out. But most bills, even those that we didn't like, we were able to make modest improvements to them. The proactive bills we had are up in the upper left. And this is where we sought to expand the Criminal Justice Commission. We worked on the automatic recount issue for elections. And this was a great partnership with ACO. All the counties were involved. It was a big issue, went through the fall, and then got done early in the session. Very grateful for the lead that ACO provided in that area. Most of the other bills, I think, are fairly modest, but are things we're going to have to implement. And I do want to extend, again, kind of extend kudos to your team for the work they did on a couple of bills related to mutual aid agreements across the border, related to military base installations, which I think Supervisor Hess saw you down there lobbying on. That's a great way of just bringing down things that are of interest and getting to the finish line. But by and large, the bill side was decent, I guess is how I'd characterize it. But now we're all focused on implementing. I'll bounce ahead just in the interest of time. Now that the session's over, we put together a lot of reports that have been distributed. These are the major reports we've sent out. New laws are not effective until September 14th, which is almost upon us, later than normal in terms of bill enactment. These documents help people navigate it. I just want to share with you that if your team has questions about the origin story of bills or what may be going on there, we're happy to provide that information. We're all focused on implementation. And there are bills that are causing some pain points now. The SMART grant program, which we were talking about last week, where they're trying to figure out some of the complexities of the new statute that passed and how ADOT will interpret implementation there, or complying with a mandate to provide data related to permitting and platting. These are things that were put in there and came out, and we're trying to find ways to make them work. So I put this in here just to show the throughput in our LPC this year. So a lot of bills were processed, a lot of good results in terms of opposing bills. That's a big part of what we're trying to do, is stop things that don't work for you and county constituents. Our team did testify more than 30 times this year in front of committee, just to give you a sense of the hustle. Most of that was Jacob. He did a great job. I was very proud of all the work that he did. The reward for finishing a session is you got to get ready for the next one. So I did want to reinforce the president's comment about getting together here at the summit. You all know that, and you're great at participating in it. We are going to have updates on our strategic initiatives, new research projects coming online. We're going to talk about some resolutions, and then we're going to consider bills that have been submitted by the county. So we're very excited about that. So that, Madam Chair, is my report, and I appreciate all the time you gave me. I'd be happy to explore anything that the board may desire at this point.
Thank you, Mr. Sullivan, for the report. Just really looking at it and making sure that, we may be going the right path, to ensure that, we get funded, or, what else needs to get done to get order to get more funds, or vice versa. But I just want to say thank you for your effort, and you and your staff and your other people that are involved in this project. So thank you. With that, are there any board members that wish to make a comment this time?
Madam Chair. Yes, I just want to say thank you for the presentation, both you and to the president of CSA, Supervisor Miller. We really appreciate you coming up and sharing this report with us and talking about all the great work that's been done down at the state legislature. It's so important. We've seen evidence of just how successful we can be when we work together as supervisors, looking out for our counties, especially the rural counties that don't always get the voice necessary and needed. And so it's really important, this work that is done on behalf of counties, that focuses not on partisan disagreements, but on commonalities and things that are benefit each of our counties, and make sure that we get the appropriate budget that's necessary. And sometimes in the effort to balance the budget, the costs are cost shifted over to our counties, as we saw this year. And so we really need your advocacy out there to help push back and make sure that these costs don't end up damaging our counties. So thank you.
Mr. Hess?
Yes, thank you for this this briefing. This is very good. It's very knowledgeable. The amount of knowledge that you give to everybody, all the supervisors, is immeasurable, and the camaraderie you provide with those meetings is also immeasurable. The time I get to talk to other supervisors, see what's going on, and just kind of build that team, as Supervisor Vasquez was saying, I think that's something you guys are doing really, really well. And I applaud you and your staff. Your staff is very welcoming, and all your meetings are very detailed. There's not a lot of fluff. There's a lot, get to the business and get it going. And because, we all have work to get done. So I really appreciate how much work goes into the preparation of your meetings, and all of the hard work and capabilities you guys are putting in to prepare us to go across the street to go to the big, scary state capitol. I just want to thank you for everything you're doing and keep up the good work. I appreciate it.
Well, thank you, sir. It's our pleasure.
Supervisor Fowler?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Supervisor Miller. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you, Craig, and all your staff. We work at CSA. You know what I'm noticing is through time, the work has changed. We are being thrown more bills that don't make sense, that we're having to chase. And seems like the legislators there don't understand counties. Sometimes you're talking to them and just like going right by. And that seems like, I'm just wondering if, I mean, you're the one that is there, your staff is there, our staff is there. So, oh, hey, Sarah, hi. Sarah snuck in over there, our county treasurer. So I'm just thinking about how from the time I came on to now, how it's just really changed.
Yeah, Madam Chair and Supervisor Fowler, you have seen that change. I think that we don't see as many local government officials migrate to the legislature as we used to. We used to see a lot more focus on basic governance items. Things have gotten very partisan, and that kind of takes a lot of the oxygen. I will share with you that I was looking at the results of the election, and there are 4 former legislators that may be county supervisors, and so we'll be able to share with them a little bit about what it's like on the other side, and perhaps they'll help us communicating back to their former colleagues what some of these bills do locally.
Yeah, that's right. And I think that always helps, you know, when there's a shift between the county supervisors and state legislators. You know, as long as you know what local governance is all about, then you have a little bit better understanding as to where it is. But the only thing is that partisanship has really taken hold of our state legislators, and that makes it really hard. And then when there's cost shifts that happen, that is happening every term, every year, we're struggling with the expenditure limit. We have to figure out, okay, how are we going to pay for that? And over here, we're at the ceiling, bumping, well, luckily we're not bumping it yet, but we're about to bump it, the ceiling over here. And the state legislators don't understand that. And then we're on stage with them and they're saying, hey, we balanced the budget. And I'm kicking them on the side of the ankle and saying, no, you didn't. You threw it to us. So yeah, it's just is such a tug of war that we do. But that tug of war was with an understanding at one time, I believe, and really truly trying to serve for the people. Now, I don't really see the focus and the goal is for the people and what's best. We seem to be, we go there with that. And then, but from their end, I don't see them as that is the goal. There's several of them that are, but boy, do we struggle with that. And that new leadership that comes, our new legislators, it's really important who we vote for, I guess. You know, that's really important. And if they're willing to learn and find out what is coming before them, before they just react. So anyway, I don't mean to make a speech, but I'm thinking about like, geez, it's just really changed. But what also with your staff and our staff, they're really professional staff now we have.
Absolutely.
That really work together, collaborate together, and really working your staff, working with all the counties, bringing that back, the information, and putting it into a summary and giving it to us to understand where we stand in the state of Arizona government world. So I really appreciate that. So I just want to thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Yeah, and then being able to track these bills is something else. Chasing
It
them.
is. Becomes fatiguing, but that's why it takes a team.
Yeah,
Good old
it
team.
really does. And that's when people are not in our world, they don't think about the amount of work it takes back and forth to be able to make a difference. Sometimes it slips out of your hand, but that doesn't mean you give up. You just say, oh, okay, well, what's next? Let's tackle the next one. So anyway, we need people like Supervisor Miller to leadership that really understands and be able to advocate there, and just really appreciate your partnership, not just at the state level, but at the national level as well. It's the same thing there, but at the national, it's different, a whole different. It's not as, even though it's partisan, but at least there's an understanding of issues there. Thank you. And I appreciate you coming, doing your yearly tour.
It's my pleasure, believe me. It doesn't take much convincing. I just need them to sign die. That's really all I need.
So thank you. Look forward to the summit.
Thank you again, but I know you have something that you want to do also on the side.
I do, and thank you, Madam Chair and
Yeah.
members. I wanted to take a brief moment of what I'll call organizational privilege. If I could invite Treasurer Benatar up here, please. So one of the things that I love about working in county government is that the counties help each other. There's always been this great esprit de corps. I see it at elected official level. I see it at the manager level. They just work to get things done. And Treasurer Benatar really exemplifies this spirit, and multiple times that I've seen over my career and my relationship with her. But this year, and you likely know, there were some issues in a colleague county where the treasurer's office had some challenges. And that county didn't, from the board side and management side, needed to get some technical expertise. And Treasurer Benatar, with all the work she's got here, all the duties she has here, lent a few minutes to help them understand and troubleshoot. And I think that's really awesome. And I know they are exceedingly grateful for all the partnership. So I wanted, on behalf of the association, to just recognize you for your great partnership. And it's a very small little token of our appreciation, but it's just in recognition of your outstanding support of your fellow counties. And if I had the power, I would probably make her the honorary 62nd supervisor in our state. But Sarah, we just wanted to give this to you. We really appreciate it.
Wow.
You don't have to.
Wow. Thank you, Sarah, for all you do. Not just that was out of your kind heart that you were able to go and just help. I mean, how amazing are you? Just your leadership at the here and at the national level.
Thank you,
Really
Supervisor Fowler, and thank you, Craig, and President, and CSA, and everyone. I feel like it's what any of us would do, and always happy to help, and that's what we're here for. We're county family, and not just an internal county family, but across the state. And so anytime I'm, get the call to help, I'm always happy to do so. And this is so sweet. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Matt.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on. Supervisor Vasquez.
Yeah, I just wanted to commend Treasurer Benatar for all her hard work and say really appreciate her stepping up and her expertise in finance and helping these other counties where she can, and her leadership on the statewide level and national level. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you. I guess we're down. You both go, safe travels back down to Phoenix. Be extra careful. Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. We're going to go back to board communication. Supervisor Fowler.
Yes, I am, as of July, I was appointed by the NACO president to be the NACO Rural County Caucus Chair. There are over 70% of the counties in the U.S. from Alaska to Hawaii that are rural counties, and we have a caucus and happen to be the rural chair caucus now. We have identified with the help of our staff issues that is common a thread across the counties, and that is FEMA, the homeowners insurance, census, and of course farm bill, broadband, and there's a whole other issues there, but we want to accomplish a few things within the 1-year term that we have. So I just wanted to just bring that to light, and it's really helping our own counties, the Arizona counties, as well as the counties across the country. So there are I have 16 vice presidents from 13 states. And so it's really good to, all from different counties that are, it's really an honor to serve in that position. And then we have the governor's appointment. Our governor of Arizona has appointed me to the Route 66 coordination group. And so as you all know, Route 66 celebration is going to be in 2026. It was established in 1926. And so our committee is really looking at events that will happen throughout the country in Route 2026. And our task is to really focus on the state of Arizona. So the Route 66 starts in Chicago and ends in Santa Monica, California. It goes through 8 states and 25 tribal communities, tribal lands. And it's just really, and it has one national park, which is the Petrified Forest, and so it's near us. So it's Coconino, Nevada County. So anyway, that's the group that I'm part of right now, and we have another meeting that is coming up. So Coconino County, we're right in the middle of the Route 66. So we'll have to see how we can do this. It was started actually in Kingman in Arizona, the Route 66 Association. So we are, Arizona is going to be a key player in the Route 66 events. And so the county association will have to have a discussion about this at some point and seeing how we're going to be doing the Route 66 events through the county, as well as tribes. I understand that a lot of tribal members built the Route 66, brought the economy through. You have this famous Route 66 songs now, and all the signs that as you're driving along. So anyway, that's what I'm on also. We have our conference that is coming up. The Outdoor Economic Conference, October 28th through the 30th in Page. As soon as our conference is over, we have the Balloon Regatta that is going to start on October 31st to the November 3rd. We have a Star Party that we do every year. That's going to be on the Navajo Bridge. Star Party is October 4th through the 6th. We're still working on abandoned buildings with the state historic, historic preservation, Navajo historic preservation. And we're involved with the White House as well. The White House is very much involved in trying to restore or reuse or demolish some of these federal buildings that line the main street in Tuba City. So those are some of the updates that I have. And we have so much that we're working on, but I wanted to just highlight just those few areas that we're working on right now. So that's where we're at right now. Really still focus on economic development through tourism. Oh, we do, I've been giving updates on our regional trails in the northern Arizona. I want to thank Cynthia and Liz with the Parks and Recreation and our park commissioner, Steve Mongrain and Paul Ostapot. They have walked all the trails and GPS them, photographed them, and we received a grant from the Arizona Tourism, I think it was, and we now have a website that's launched, and we'll be able to, people will be able to get that on their phone, and at all the trailheads, we're gonna print out the PDF file of the trail description if you need a permit or not, and it'll be at the trailheads. So that we have over 30 trails. We have Navajo Nation trails that we're gonna be adding on. So this is a partnership. Everything we do is always a partnership with the regional communities like Glen Canyon National Park, National Recreation is involved in this. We're working with Kane County as well. We're along the Arizona Strip, so we're always working with Kane County. In fact, the conference that I mentioned is Outdoor Economic Conference is in partnership with Kane County. So we're working together, and Navajo Nation and all the agencies, BLM, Grand Canyon, they're all involved in the conference as well. But everything we do, we always do it together anyway. City of Page and all the surrounding communities and the local chapters. So that's where we're at. And then Route 66 is the Mother Road. So just want to mention that. So that's my update, and there's so much more, but that'll be it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fowler. I just want to mention a few. When the others were making the reports, I started crossing them out here because we kind of grouped together at some of the meetings. And so one of the ones I really want to bring up is the High Country Humane. They invited us to their meeting, and we went over there, and come to find out that since 2019 up to 2023, the increase in intakes has gone really high for the Navajo Nation. It was at 421 in 2019, and currently in the past year is 1,270, and it's costing them a lot of money just to maintain the center for the humane shelter, for the dogs coming off of the Navajo Nation. That's the highest, and the city is the lowest. So, and then they also shared with us that the highest disease that they have is basically the ticks, and that's about maybe out of the 550 that were picked up, over 300 were challenged with that. So, and so the expenses, and then the large intake, and then also the disease they went over, and then also and then the vaccinations. The vaccinations are costing a lot of money. And then the vaccinations are very expensive. And they're actually spaying and trying to resort to neutering and spaying the dogs and even the cats. And so there's a lot of adoptions that are happening. As 2019, there was 1,400 that were adopted, and now as of today, there's 2,348 that have been adopted. So a lot of this information is that they're asking for help. They're asking for funds, to see if how we can increase our partnership with them and see how we can address stray dogs that are just being left out on the street, and it's really coming into the city of Flagstaff. So so that's what they talked about. And so there's limited resources, inadequate veterinary care, and then also there are some cultural considerations that make it difficult for them to deal with dogs that are being brought in from the reservation. So I guess we would have to share this with our tribe here. And then also the other area that I wanted to talk about was the summit. There's a summit a re-entry summit that's going to be happening on justice involved tribal members. It's going to be at the Desert Diamond Casino in Tucson, Arizona, and it's September 19th and 20th. And basically, they're going to have, it's called the Mother Buffalo Reentry Group, and they're trying to do some reentries as we are trying to, as we have here in our county jails, in our county jails, and specifically working with the Native Americans. And so they're putting a plan together, and they're going to try and collaborate with other Native communities and to better serve, the inmate population that need those services. So that's going to be happening September the 19th and the 20th. And then also, I thought this was something that was neat. This one here, Philip Johnston is a code talker. Was an American civil engineer who credited with proposing the idea of using the Navajo language as a Navajo code to be used in the Pacific Theater during World War II. And so his family resided in Loop, Arizona, which is in District 4. And Loop is also the first agency and first recognized chapter by the Navajo Nation. So there's a history to Loop and in the surrounding areas. In the meantime, what I'm basically doing is ensuring that we attend all chapter meetings, planning meetings throughout the District 4, basically getting information, their issues brought back, and then we try to help them work it through the tribe, whether it be Hopi tribe. One example is that the flood areas right there at the bridge that goes from Monkopi to on 264. We got the attention of ADOT, and they're presently, working on that to secure all the floods and overflows to prevent any more damages done to the people's properties just down the way. So a lot of interventions happening, from our office. And I think, we say in our mission vision statement is that we work with all individuals within the Coconino County. So that's the reason why, and that takes a lot of our time, under District 4, as I work with 7 indigenous tribes well, actually 2 tribes, the Hopi and the Navajos chapters, that I work with. So that takes a lot of our time, and we've helped in a lot of ways, to address some of the issues that they have. So, and then again, I think this was already brought up that we went to the Aquaplex during an Indigenous Code Talker celebration. Mr. Peter McDonald, gave a history of his experience in World War II as a code talker, and there's only 3 code talkers left to date, and there were over 200, I believe, is what he mentioned. So we just want to say, that it was nice to see him talk that day. He had his family there, and a lot of support still behind him, and so. There was three, I guess 4 board members were there. So I don't want to say too much about that, But anyway, I did attend the Military Order of the Purple Heart event in Camp Navajo. And I had a chance to attend the event, and then also I contact Dana Allman, who's a retired Army lieutenant colonel, and she's now the cabinet executive director. And I had invited her to come in on the reservation to talk about housing for veterans. So right currently, we're trying to schedule her to make this trip out here and make visitations to some of the homes where the veterans are living in shacks, no running water, no electricity. So I'm glad that she offered to come, and she called me Sunday saying, I think I'm ready to go out there. But she is on the reservation a lot, but she said, I drive through there, I see that, but I said, you have to go to the home to really see and experience what is really going on in the homes. So, again, we had a huddle with the city and the county just last week here. And I'm really glad that, there's certain things that we talk about. And I think, doing through that, we will, really have a real good bond, to serve, everyone within the city limits and also outside the city limits. So that happened. Then also, of course, I think this one was mentioned to Matt Ryan, the renaming. We we did a proclamation or resolution and renaming the Rogers Lake to Ryan City Natural Area. So that was a good function that we went to, and it's very rewarding. And we had a chance to meet all the family members there. So with that, that concludes my report. Are there any comments other than what we have on the agenda, or do we adjourn now?
Chair,
Yeah.
if I may, I just wanted to let the board know a global email went out just a little bit ago regarding the WEX cards. Those are your fuel cards that I know some of you use for your vehicles. And there were some obstacles that had prevented the Public Works Department from completing the things needed for the contract and resulted in a delay of being able to pay. Anyway, long story short, several departments came together to help remedy at least the immediate situation so that we can hopefully get those cards turned back on here by Thursday. And thank you to Treasurer Benatar because this was something that our finance department couldn't do because it wasn't anything that they had done. But given just all of the things that came together, we just appreciate all the different efforts by many departments to help try to remedy the situation so that we can move forward with getting that contract straightened out and to the board for ongoing renewal and approval. So I just wanted to let you know there's also, if for those of you who actually utilize those cards, in that email, it tells you what the alternatives are until those cards are turned back on and available. And so if any of you have specific questions, I'm happy to assist you individually. So that was it, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, everyone have a safe trip home down to Phoenix, especially our visitors here. Thank you, Sarah, for being here. Thank you for helping the county and always out there helping others. Thank you so much. I appreciate the staff here, my colleagues here, and thank you so much for all the work that everybody's been doing. So I'm adjourning the meeting at 4:20 p.m. Thank you.